were different than mine, that their upbringing was different and more in, I don't know, just brought up with faith and everything. And I've always felt that my life was different than other people's. And just listening to their stories, I feel like now there's a connection. Like I'm not the only one that was brought up this way. That I'm not the only one that has went through different, different things than other people have. No, thank you.
Then he can hear you over
He
there.
can hear me over there. I think they heard me. Yeah, so that, we all have similar stories, similar upbringings, and I think, people can now, they have empathy for me, in other words, and so, yeah.
And you can have empathy for you too.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Nice.
So.
Someone else, what impacted you most from our time together last night? A lot of emotional intimacy going on. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Yes, sir. Come on. Different life, similar lessons. How about that? Wow, I've never heard that before, but I don't doubt it. How fantastic. Yes, please. There he is. Ha ha. Nice. Thank you, bro. Thank you, Bernard. Okay, one more. One more. What impacted you most? Homeboy Industries. What impacted you most?
I was sitting back just thinking about
Yeah, you were.
in my past, I've gone through becoming free courses and I've led them as well. And one of the greatest impacts for me is learning of my past, learning all the things that brought me to Christ, um, good, bad, or indifferent, all throughout my life. But
Right.
actually seeing where I'm overcompensating here because of this, and then learning how to become free of those things. So everyone in this room that hadn't done those things before had an opportunity to see their lives play out, and now see the work that Christ has done in their lives so they can become free. So it's a great display. Like I get to sit back and see that, and still be able to recount all the things and just refresh my mind of all that God's done.
Amen. So bring to remembrance the faithfulness of God. This is a way to do that. How many of you saw the faithfulness of God to you revealed in your timeline? He's so good. You are so good to us, Father. So good. We're nuts to doubt him, but we do from time to time. Awesome. So we're going to spend the next several minutes looking at the pinks. So I'd invite you to open up your timeline. But before I do that, let me tell you why we did what we just did. It's a very fascinating thing. You think that you're listening to my words right now, don't you? I'm talking, you're listening, I'm speaking, you're hearing. That's not what's happening. I'm talking, and you're listening to the little voice inside your head, which is commenting on what I'm saying, or what you're hearing, or is thinking about lunch, or is thinking about what you're going to do when we're done this afternoon. Right? And so the only way for us as presenters to have any idea what's landing out there in the room is to what? Is to ask. So, as helpful as it is for you to share what impacted you most, it lets us know whether anything got through at all. And what you were hearing and what was happening for you. Because our objective is not to get you to be on the page with the PowerPoint. Our objective is to be with you in your learning, to be with you in your process. Does that make sense? And interestingly enough, you'll remember very little of what I say or what Walt says or what Andrew's going to say here this morning in a little bit, but you'll remember what you say all day long. So we want you to hear you say what you said, Bernard, because you'll never forget what you said. You'll forget what I said in a fast heartbeat, but what you say registers with you and you'll remember it. Cool, huh? Little discoveries that we've been making on the planet about how the human brain works and how God's made people. All right, so back to your timeline. We call this a timeline. Some people call it storyboard. I don't know why. It's a freaking timeline. I'm just kidding. So look at your timeline. Are there clusters of pink? Are there clusters of pink? I noticed when I did this process, here's my wedding. I'm married to Annie, okay? And then a pink followed that, and a pink came after that, and a pink came after that, and a pink came after that. And this is 8 years later from my wedding. I never realized until I did this process that you did last night that Annie and I spent the first 7-8 years of our marriage in pink. So how about you? Do you have clusters or runs of pink? I have these long runs, pink, 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 bunch of pink, right? Unbroken strings of pink. Why do you suppose that is? Okay, that's a positive view of it. Yeah, there's something we need to learn. Yes, ma'am. Okay. I know, right? So the question was, why do you think God allows clusters of pink, strings of pink? And you said,
Well, because there's something we need to learn.
something I need to learn. And God is willing to be repetitive, isn't he? To get our attention. That's true. Why else do you think? Yes, ma'am. It's like the floodgates got opened, huh? And that was kind of what I was going to say. One reason that we have pink in strings or clusters is because Jesus' enemy doesn't play fair. By the way, the enemy, Satan, is your enemy because you're with Christ, and he hates Jesus. The only reason the enemy is bothering to thrash my life is because the Father sees me in his Son. Does that make sense? And the enemy loves to pile on. So that's another reason, I think, why our pink tends to pile up and cluster. Have you experienced pink over significant periods of time? We've already addressed that, right? A number of you have. Some of you who are more timid with your pinks have very few pinks on your timeline. You may not be able to see that, but if you were honest with your pinks and you had a whole lot more of them in your timeline, you'd see that. How many of you noticed that your pinks coincide, the pinks coincide with your turning points? How many of you have turning points, dots, that are on pinks? Okay, why do you suppose that is? Yeah, God often uses pain to get my attention. Right? He'll be gentle with me and I don't want to pay attention, so I won't listen. And then he'll raise the temperature, raise the volume until I can't miss. So let me share with you some observations about pain. You would think that, in fact, you may have been told this, that the closer you walk with God, the more obedient you are, the less you're going to suffer. That is a lie not borne out in the Word of God. Okay? In fact, those closest to God often suffer, all suffer, and some suffer inordinately. I think about one of the most respected human beings in my lifetime was Mother Teresa. And I don't know a lot about her. I never read any of her books or anything like that, but I know that woman suffered. She suffered a lot. And yet she was close to God. One of my dearest friends and one of our teammates spends 3 hours a day minimum in prayer. 7 days a week, every day of his life. I don't spend 3 hours a month in prayer, if you add it up every 30 seconds. That's how pitiful my prayer life is. But this guy spends 3 hours a day minimum in prayer, praying for knuckleheads like me. And Dave's life is packed with tragedy. And you'd never know it. Sweetest freaking guy you ever met. Maybe you'll meet him someday. Hope you get to. In Christian culture, we want to pretend that there's no pink. How dumb is that? Where's Chris? He's not in here. Wish he was in here. Those of you that speak in front of churches, I would invite you to stand as an impediment to the naive lie that the Christian life is full of happiness. Happiness and joy are not the same thing. Happiness happens when something good happens to you. Joy is something you bring with you everywhere you go, because of your intimacy with Christ and because of the way he's got you. But we rarely like to discuss pain, except, although I've noticed something funny, I'm 70, and when I get together with my contemporaries, everybody's talking about their medical issues. Like, what's up with that? I never did this. My whole freaking life long, I never did this. Now I'm like, oh yeah, man, I got a thing on my heel. Oh, it's killing me, and my knee is messed up. Anyway, never mind. So as a culture, particularly evangelicals, we want to minimize pain. We want to overlook it. We want to pretend it doesn't happen. And I'm not saying that you should be a bunch of Debbie Downers and, drag everybody in your universe down because you got this or that ick or tick or difficulty. And we're saying, be honest. You open the Word of God, you see honest people talking honestly about honest stuff. Don't we? If I were writing the Bible as a PR piece, I would not include a ton of stuff that's in there. Bathsheba, nope. Uriah, nope. Right? I mean, holy cow, Moses, a whole bunch of sketchy stuff about Moses. I wouldn't have that in the book. Right? I'd edit all that out. But God didn't edit it out. Rahab, what'd she do for a living? Yeah, she's famous for rescuing the Israelites, right? Right? Yeah, New Testament, Old Testament. Yeah, like that. But she's a prostitute. God doesn't whitewash his word, and you shouldn't whitewash your life. Because the redemption of Christ is big enough and strong enough and powerful enough to be with you in the depths of whatever the pink is. But we culturally like to avoid that stuff. So here's some principles about pain. Pain is what? Right. How many of you spent tons of your life trying to avoid pain? And what did you get? There you go. So fat chance, right? Try to avoid pain. Try to live your life in such a way, orchestrated so you don't ever experience any loss, any pain, any sorrow. You don't get betrayed. You don't get shafted. You don't get somebody take advantage of you. That won't happen. Right? We want you to live your life with a calm confidence that no matter what happens, God's got you. Always has, always will. You can't goof up your way out of his favor. You may get corrected. I have. That's good for me. But pain is unavoidable. In the midst of pain, our question is always what? And if you're like me, God always answers me right away. Oh, I'll explain why. Here's why, Kirk. No, we walk by faith and not by what? But all of us want to walk by sight. Like, that's dumb. Isn't it? So, in the midst of the pain, you're hardly ever going to understand why it's happening. Except for this, and you can write this in the margin of your book. If you ever want to know why you're going through difficulty, it's because God is trying to make a Christian out of you. Right? Or as I like to say, God is trying to make a freaking Christian out of you. He's trying to make you Christian. Because left to myself, I will not be Christian. I'll be Kirkian. And that ain't good. Does that make sense to you? Am I communicating? Often in pain, we get the greatest insights. Many of you, in fact, we're going to pause in a few moments, I think, so at some point this morning, and I'm going to invite you to look into your pinks and find more blues, more insights and lessons that come emerge out of the pain in your life. Pain often produces the greatest insights. God's desire is to never waste your pain. He doesn't delight in it. He doesn't rejoice over it. He's not glad you're experiencing it, but he certainly doesn't want to waste it. Does that make sense? You believe it? Sound like the God of the Bible? Yeah. So imagine with me that every pink on your timeline, there's a redemptive purpose for it. I'm not saying you're going to figure it out today. I'm not even saying you're going to figure it out this side of heaven. And oh, by the way, when you get there with your list of all the questions you have about your life and why things turned out the way they are, I have a funny suspicion that when we get there, we won't care anymore. I don't know about you. That's just kind of how I think about how eternity is going to be. Like I had this long list. Why did my brother die when he was 28? You know, why this? Why this? Why this? Why this? Why the U-Haul accident? Why the lawsuit? Why all that? I'm not going to care when I get there. What's that amazing? What's that great song? What's that song that was such a cool worship song? Came out about 4 years ago about being in heaven. Yeah, I can only imagine. Yeah. Well, 20 years is as a day, and a day is 20 years. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah, so 20 years ago, I can only imagine, right, what it'll be like. I love that song. Oh. But I'm not going to be sitting there with my list of questions, I think. But he might give you an answer. Who knows? Here's what I can assure you of. We know Romans 8:28. Somebody read this to us. Anybody that can read.
And we know that God causes everything to work together for the good of those who love God, are called according to his purpose for them.
Okay, so this means that everything that happens to us is good, right? Say that again louder. Like it can turn into good. Yeah. God's intention is to bring good from it, even the pinkest of pink tragedies in your life. So I want to invite you to look at your pinks now. You've got your timelines open. And I'm going to offer 3 lenses through which you can observe and interpret your pink. Okay? The whole room said enthusiastically. Okay. Thank you. Okay. 3 lenses, okay? Think of a lens, right? It helps you to focus and like that. So the first lens I want to invite you to consider is that God uses pain in our lives to form us spiritually and to develop our character. How many of you, as you look at your timeline, can recognize pink Post-it notes, that pink events or experiences that God used to form you spiritually? In other words, to grow your dependence on him, to rid you of independence from him. You started your Christian walk pretty darn independent of God, didn't you? And if your life's like mine, it's only been kicking and screaming and crying and weeping that I've surrendered more and more and more of my life to him. If I'd have been smart, I would have done it all on my own choice way back at the beginning. So on your timeline, look for pinks that as you reflect on them, God used that to raise your dependence, your willingness to depend on him, your willingness to abandon your own strategies to try to make your life work. In other words, to form Christ-likeness in your character. Okay? Every pink Post-it note that you look at that God did some of that, put the letter C for character in the corner. of the pink, please do that now. Any of your pinks that as you reflect on them, God used that to make you more godly, more Christ-like, more surrendered, more submissive to Him, more obedient, less wayward. Put the letter C in the corner, and you've got to have at least one C. So, let's see, how do I want to tell you the story? My wife was incested by one of her older brothers when Annie was 8. That's not a good thing. And her mom was very active in society in the city where they lived, and her mom had quite a presence in the community and a image to keep up, she thought, and all that. As a consequence, she wasn't home very much as a mother, and my wife decided that when she was attacked at age 8 by her older brother, that was a failing that she put on her mom. And Annie vowed, my daughters, if I have girls, will never experience this. I will protect them. I will protect my babies. You with me, ladies? Right? You can see that right coming out of Annie's past and her childhood and that tragedy that she encountered. So when my daughter was 12, our oldest daughter, she was gorgeous. I mean, she was so pretty, it was scary. She could stop traffic. She was that pretty. And she looked much older than she was, which is terrible. Daddies, pray for homely daughters. You do not, Eden, Carol, you do not want a gorgeous, clever daughter, but he's got one. And Tim, you have girls?
No, it's got 2 little.
There you go. Good. Yeah, good. So Noodle was 12. She was gorgeous. She looked older than she was. There was a family in our neighborhood whose dad was dying of cancer. The mom was working 2 full-time jobs and trying to keep the roof over their heads. And so we had the boys at our house for dinner a lot. What I didn't know was a 17-year-old boy was working on my 12-year-old daughter. And eventually he convinced her to give her body to him. And she did. And in the midst of the sex act, the one and only time they were together in that way, he dumped her. In the middle, not after, while. She was devastated, as you can imagine. Was terrified because we had a family rule, no sex before marriage. She thought we'd throw her out of the house. Actually, she thought we'd send her to a wilderness program where we had sent her older brother during his rebellious season, and she thought she'd go to the wilderness and die. And so she kept all her secret a secret. And she became overnight dark. She went goth. You know what that is? The black fingernails and black lipstick and change their music from Disney to Metallica. And when we learned what had happened to our daughter, something in my wife died. And I watched the light go out in her eyes, the sparkle, the joy, the vigor, the strength of my wife, Annie. Because she vowed, right? This will never happen to my girls, and it did. And you guys, anybody who's married knows you don't get to choose your spouse's mood or personality or emotions, right? That's all on them. And I got to surrender my preference to control the people around me. Because there's nothing I could do. And over time, it took about 15 years, the lights come back, and the joys come back, and the vivaciousness has come back. And these three guys only know the Annie after, the Annie at 100%. She's back to 100%. And delightful. But I had to surrender that. And that surrender was part of God forming this boy's character. Does that make sense? Dramatic story. Sorry about the dramatic nature. A second lens through which God uses pain is the lens of guidance and direction. How many of you have heard the phrase, God opens and closes doors, right? So look at your pinks. Any of those that you see that God used to give direction to your life or to provide guidance, put the letter G for guidance in the corner. Letter G for guidance in the corner. I was a pastor on staff at a church. We planted a church in the Midwest, and it was a blast, and we had so much fun, and people were getting saved left and right. We were impacting the lost in our city. We were feeding and serving lost people every Saturday morning. We'd go to their homes with groceries and bless them and hand them groceries and pray for them. And we were getting saved all the time. It was so exciting. And then 3 years in, our worship leader had an affair with our lead pastor's wife. And the church blew up. We closed it down, gave all the assets away, and that was a bright pink in my timeline. And God led me to go to seminary, introduced me to a guy that was a Christian leadership development expert, a guy named Bobby Clinton, and I studied leadership development from him, learned massive amounts of stuff that form just about everything I'm telling you guys today. And the pastors that I coach, which I coach about 60 a month, pastors all over the country, stuff I learned from that man, that professor. Pretty cool. Without the pink, I wouldn't have the G, the guidance, and all that. So look at your pinks. How many have you got, any of you still haven't found a G? Everybody got at least one G on your timeline?
Can you have a Z with a C?
Yes, you can have a G with that's a double extra credit pink is what that is. And some of you, I'm going to give you the third lens in a second, and you're going to find there you got some pinks that have got all three, which is pretty great. Does that mean the Father was really working? How about that? You're in graduate school. C, character. G, guidance. You should probably have a letter on every one of your pinks. You don't have to, but if you examine your life carefully enough, you'll probably find that you do. The third letter is V for values. God often uses pain to deepen our commitment to our values and to clarify what it is that we care most about. The four of us on the activated team have a beloved teammate whose childhood was devastating. Grew up in basically what I call a dumpster fire of a life. His mom's a mess. His dad died when he was young. His siblings are barely functional as human beings. And out of that mess, out of that horrible dumpster on fire, produced this amazing guy who was my team leader for 17 years. Spectacular, stellar human being. David and Becky have three amazing sons, highly accomplished, really credible, love Jesus, adult sons. Family is one of David and Becky's foremost values. Why would a guy who grew up in a dumpster fire of a home have a value for family? Didn't have it. Because he didn't have it, he valued it. Does that make sense? So out of your pain often will emerge your values. So look at your pinks again and put the letter V in the corner of any of those for whom you see that God used them to clarify what your values are. In other words, what you value most, and or deepen your commitment to those values so you don't compromise them. In a little bit, Walt's going to take us through an exercise where we get clear about what your core values are. Why would it be helpful to identify what your values are? Yes. So you know what to say yes to and what to say no to, and you can say yes with confidence, and you can say no with confidence. And how many people in this room have a really hard time saying no? Chris. Right? So when you get clear about what you value most, it's easier and easier, as Linda suggested, to say yes and no. And we want you to be the kind of people that walk through life freely saying yes and no. In fact, one of the conversations I have with the pastors that I coach all the time is disappoint your people. By the way, it's Chris's job to disappoint you. He doesn't know it yet, but it's part of his job description. He's going to disappoint you into the arms of Jesus. Because that's who we need. Not Chris, as wonderful as Chris is. We don't need him. We need him. Does that make sense? You don't need your spouse. You need him. So we're going to continue to disappoint you into the arms of Jesus. Sound okay? Awesome. I like that. I like that a lot. All right, so on your timeline, you've been doing this. C, V, G, like that. Okay, all that's old news. Now, what I want you to do is identify additional insights, which are the blues at the bottom, that come from your pinks. Okay? I'm going to give you several minutes to work on this. So come up with at least 6 more blues. How many more? 6. At least 6 more. That's why Walt had you leave all that space at the bottom. If you don't have any more space, flip it over and put your blues on the back side of your timeline. But cram that bottom full of blues. Anybody need more blues? Thanks, Tim. So grateful for you.
The blues are the ones that correspond to the pink, correct?
Correct. So what did you learn? The question, Dave, is what did I learn from this painful experience? What's here for me to learn? Write down the learning on a blue, stick it at the bottom of your timeline, beneath where it happened. At least 6 more. Who needs more time? The assignment is to get 6 more. All right, let's move forward. We're going to pivot now from focusing on our past to focusing on the present. You can set your timelines to the side and pull out your workbooks. I think we're going to be on page 14. And for the rest of our time this morning, we're going to be assembling what we call your personal calling statement. Okay? Your personal calling statement. Somebody read the slide, please. Page 14, does that look right? I got my page numbers all wrong before. Yeah. Page number? Okay. Excellent. Somebody read the slide. Anybody who can read.
Personal calling statement. A clear, concise articulation of your calling. Your unique spiritual DNA. 3 components. Values, identity, impact.
Okay, got that? So your personal calling statement is going to have 3 parts. Walt's going to take you through the first, which is values. Andrew's going to take you through the second, which is identity. And I will take you through the third, which is impact. But let's look at that term personal calling statement for a moment. I'd like you to go with me word by word. When I say the word personal, what do you think of? Somebody, what? Private, me. What else? Relationship. Excellent. What else? It's yours, right? One and only, that kind of thing. Unique. So when God calls a Christian, he doesn't call us all the same way. He doesn't call us all for the same thing. Your calling from heaven is personal to you. As much as you and I admire Chris, you will not have the same identical calling as your pastor. Linda doesn't have the same calling as Chris, and vice versa. Annie and I don't have the exact same calling. We have a unique calling that's personal to each of us. So this will be with the work that we're going to do this morning. Make sense? How about the second word? When I say the word calling, what thoughts spring to your mind? What we were created for, she mumbled. Yes, what we were created for. Someone else, calling. Yes, Bernard, you were going to say. Yeah, Dave, save the boy.
Something we were predestined to do.
Okay, some of you are predestined to do. Remember the parade? Remember Aharit? God sees the end from the beginning from the end. He sees your whole life as a continuum, however the number of decades that's going to span. So your calling has to do with, it's been predestined for you. What else? When you hear the word calling, who does the calling? Who gets called? Yeah, so God's the caller and we're the called. So don't confuse this with any number of workshops you could attend where you dream up an ideal future, where you manifest the future that you want. This ain't that. This is you and me responding to the call of the caller. Make sense? How about the last word? What's a statement? Something that identifies. Okay, thank you. Yes, statement. What do you hear in the word statement? Okay, your beliefs. Proclamation. Now we're getting somewhere. Declaration. A clear and concise articulation. Brown noser. Right? This is not a negotiation. It's not your personal calling negotiation. These are not personal calling options. And you can waffle on them and move it day to day and do whatever you freaking feel like. No. The word statement comes from the Latin word to stand. Your personal calling statement is your stand on the planet. This is what I stand for. This is what I'm about. I stand to cause clarity, courage, and confidence in Christians to be the unique persons that God has called you to be. That's my stand. Does that make sense? You get to know me, that's what happens. When I'm around folks, clarity, courage, and confidence happen. Why is that what happens? Because that's my calling. I'm just living into it as best I know how. Right? And if I figure out a better way to live into it, I'm going to do that instead of this. But until then, I'm doing this with you, which I'm glad about. Make sense? Personal calling statement. The personal calling statement is a tool that God has used to help thousands of Christians to live more intentional, focused, and fruitful lives. It reveals the unique way that you demonstrate the gospel with, among, and for the benefit of lost people. As we said earlier, the PCS, your personal calling statement, has three components: values, identity, and impact. I'm going to return to Ephesians 2:10 for a minute. Is that up there? It's up there. Good. My neck only turns so far. When I was Tim's age, my neck would turn all the way around. Like, what was that spooky movie? Anyway, never mind. The word translated, oh, here, somebody read Ephesians 2:10, this version. Anybody who can read? So here's the fascinating thing. The Greek word translated masterpiece is the word poema. P-O-E-M-A. What English word does that sound like to you? God says, you are my poem. Who's the poet? Who's the poem? You. The poet says, you're my masterpiece. You're my masterwork. You're my expression. You're my creation. You're my poem. Powerful, huh? Another claim in this text is that you've been created to accomplish good with your life. You're not just here to sleepwalk your way through the rest of your lifetime and then punch your ticket to heaven. No, you're the ideal human being to get done the unique brand of good that you get to bring to the world. Nobody but you can do it the way you can. How many of you know people who bring joy everywhere they go? Any of you had the privilege to know a joy person? How many of you know people that bring hope? How many of you know people who bring comfort? Love, affection. Okay, right? Like, that's their thing, man. That's the unique brand of good that they get to bring to the world. And you have a unique brand of good that you get to bring. You believe it?
Yes.
Awesome, because we're going to spend the rest of the morning getting clear about what that is for you. So that lost people will see you, and in you they see whom? Jesus, right? Christ in you, the hope of glory. Anybody know that text? Powerful, powerful truth. Okay, Walt, my friend, your turn. Thank God, get rid of that blowhard.
You're welcome. Well, something I value a lot is my team, the Ohio State Buckeyes. Normally I have...
Team.
What?
How do you make your ministry team? What the
I
heck?
value my ministry
What
team
are we,
too.
chopped liver?
But I was a Buckeye before I was a ministry team. But the only thing I'm rocking today for Buckeyes are my shoes. But Nathan here warms my heart. Got Brutus there on his pullover. Appreciate it. No. No. It's a killer. It's a killer nut. Now, people that know me, my teammates do know that I'm always wearing Ohio State gear. I think these two activator shirts are the only two shirts that I brought with me on this trip that aren't Ohio State gear, because it's that season, right? So appreciate it, Nathan.
Do you eat a nut? I mean, a Buckeye? Do people eat Buckeyes?
What's that?
Do people eat Buckeyes?
No, they're poison. We're the only school whose mascot is a killer nut. So. Okay, let's see. So we went with that. Okay, so values. Values describe the few deep-seated convictions that guide your life and behavior. Things that are bedrock to your character, bedrock to how you make decisions. Your values reflect your uniqueness, and they give evidence to the way that God has shaped your life. And what we're going to do in a minute or so is this exercise. We're going to be able to pull and get some values out of your pink that's in your timeline there. You cannot violate your values without creating something that just sets you on edge, something that's a dissonance with you. Your values are revealed not in what you say, but what you do. Not just what you say you believe, that's lip service. It's what you actually do. There's plenty of people that will say, well, I value this and all like that. Look at the way they're living their life. Look at their checkbook. Look at this or that. Look at how they treat their spouse. Look at how they treat their kids. Look where they spend their leisure time. Then you'll find out what they really value. I love my church. Okay? I'm not going to step on any more toes there. Okay, so here's some sample values up on the screen there. And so take the value of innovation. What behaviors would you expect to see in the life of someone who claims that innovation is one of their values? What would you expect to see? Anybody? I'm sorry? They're always creating.
They're always creating, okay? Anybody else? Their artwork. Their artwork.
sorry?
Take risks.
They take risks. They're willing to take risks, trying to make things better. You know, one of the values I tried to have when I was in the Navy is I tried to make every place that I went better than how I found it. I didn't want to just maintain the status quo because I value innovation. Innovation is one of my values. Okay? So a value statement is the value and a brief, I stress brief, explanation that clarifies what the value means to you and how you apply that value in your life. It's a value statement. So, for example, here, generosity. Will someone read the meaning there? Yes, Nathan.
When I give myself and my resources away, I get so much more in return.
Okay. When I give myself my resources away, I get so much. Now, resources, what does that mean? It's your gifts, yes. It's not just money, okay? Generosity, we oftentimes limit generosity when we think about it to if someone's generous, will they give money? No, it's do you give of your time? You know, that man back there that's been sitting up here calls himself a blowhard. He is very generous with his time, not only with the pastors he coaches, but with his teammates and such. So he's generous in his time, okay? So you give away your time, your talent, your treasure, the things that you could withhold to yourself so that you can bless other people. So some other value statements. One of the values that I have is family. I shared a little bit of my story yesterday about, you know, upbringing. There's many more things along there that I could tell you if we had all day to talk about it. But what that created in me was a value for family. And so Lou and I have made certain choices in our family and how we raised our kids. Now, did they always turn out right? No. Did they always, you know, did listen to what we said? Were we the perfect church family? Absolutely not. Did I never blow my top and get upset? No. But we had these values that how we were trying to live out our lives to value family. What I didn't tell you is the grandmother that we were living with was married 4 times. This was back in an era when you didn't get divorced. And I did not want divorce in my family. But my wife and I, it did end up, there's a place on my timeline over there which says Marriage on the Rocks, a very dark time in my life, where this value was reinforced. And so there's 2 pink notes there, the one for my family of origin, the one for my marriage being on the rocks, that pushed me. And I'll be honest, it's pushed me to where, like I said last night, that's why I'm sitting here talking to you folks today, because of that value of family. Okay, so everybody understands values and value statements. So I want you to look over your insights, and I'd like for you to take a look at your timeline. You're going to have about 10 minutes or so for this, and I want you to find, it says identify 6 to 8 values. You know, last night you said you had to have all these pink and yellow and all that stuff. Guess what? Just make it 4 or 5, okay? This time, make it 4 or 5, because it's going to help you to distill down. It's going to help you to winnow down and focus, very laser focus on what your values are. So you know, find 4 or 5 values, note what they are, and then we're going to ask you to identify the value and look at this and see, you know, where has God been working in your life? Like I gave the example of family. God was working in my life so that I developed this value of family, so that my family would be different. I would change my family tree. It may be something else. Now, you also may look, as you're looking back in your timeline, you may find something that we would call a negative value. There may have been a time in your life where you were chasing after money and stuff like that. You know, greed would have been a value. That's a negative value. What we're looking for in this is we want to see values that God has given you for a redemptive purpose in your life, so that you may bless the people around you and bless the name of the Lord. Does that make sense? Okay. So go ahead and take 10 minutes to identify your, how many? 4 or 5, not 50 or not 70, okay? We aren't looking for the overachievers here now. So go ahead and take about 10 minutes to do that. 16.
16? Love it. Thank you.
So Paul, just to be
Yes,
clear,
sir.
I'm looking at my pathway here,
Uh-huh.
I'm looking for the D's,
Mm-hmm.
putting it on paper now,
Yes.
on page 16.
Yes, but as you're looking at it, though, something may pop up. You say, oh, wait a minute. I didn't realize that at first.
Yeah, Chris, what we're asking you to do is, so look, values for human beings are typically implicit. You don't think about them explicitly like, I actually value this more than anything else in my life. But this morning, Walt's asked you to get explicit about what you value. So if push comes to shove, the end of the day, what do you really care the most about? In other words, what do you
Okay, let's come back together. What I'd like you to do now is I'd like you to break up into pairs. And again, not someone you're married to or someone that's your brother or sister or anything like that, but someone that, you can learn some more about and share your values there. You need to be able to look into your timeline and demonstrate where is that in my timeline and where am I getting that value from what experience the Lord led me through. Am I pulling that out? Okay. So, because if it's not in there, maybe it's not really value at all. Where are you pulling it from? Is it just a hope, a hopeful wish? So make sure you each take 5 minutes, and I'll let you know after when we get through the first 5 this time to switch. Clear as mud? Okay. Thank you. first 5 minutes for the first person's up, so you should be wrapping up and switching to the other person. Okay, you got about 1 minute left. You got about 1 minute left. Okay, if you'll come back together, go ahead and end your conversations over this part. And if you need to move back to your seat where you're normally sitting, we'll come back. And Kirk's going to come and talk to us about turning points and insights. You're not? I'm sorry.
Yeah, here we go. Andrew, that's what we meant.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was going by this.
Yes, Eminem, I like you. Hey, would you guys do me a favor? Would you stand up right now? Would you stretch? Would you move? Would you walk in place? Whatever you want to do. How many of you guys are having fun? Woo! All right, that's great. Yes. All right, you can be seated. Or you can stand. All right, so I want to talk to you guys today about the second component of the personal calling statement. And this has to do with identity, understanding who you are. How many of you guys like movies? All right, well, we're going to open up with a movie clip. How many of you have seen the movie? It's an older movie. It's called Blood Diamond. All right. So for those of you that have seen it, great. For those of you that haven't, allow me to tee it up for you. So in this clip, there's going to be three individuals. Solomon Vandy is a father. Leonardo DiCaprio is playing a mercenary turned smuggler, and they're going back to discover this precious diamond. Now, Solomon Vandy has a child named Dia. Dia was previously kidnapped by rebels, and he was turned into a child soldier. Okay? Now we're going to come into this point in the movie where the father and the mercenary meet the son for the first time since he had been kidnapped years and years ago. You guys ready? Let's go.
Dear, what are you doing? Dear, young babe, what are you doing? Elijah Vandy of the Proud Mende tribe.
a beautiful clip. I'm curious, what strikes you most about the Father's clarity in helping the Son embrace his true identity? What spoke to you about this clip? Yeah. Yeah. Bernard, thank you. Yeah, powerful. Someone else, what did you notice?
I noticed the softening of the father's eyes. Initially, they were very stern and angry, and the son reacted similarly. And over the course of the words to his son, his eyes went from anger to love,
Hmm.
until you saw the eyes soften, and that's what the son was reacting to, is the change in the father's heart that affected him.
Dennis, thank you. Someone else. Oh, you were. Thought you were raising your hand. Marty.
His unconditional love.
His,
Father's unconditional love for his son.
yeah,
Just radiated,
yeah,
regardless of how it was going to turn out.
yeah. Absolutely, that unconditional love. Someone else.
I was struck by his conviction. He was, as his father, going to do everything he could to rescue his son from this brainwashing that he obviously had been through.
Yeah,
He was very convicted. He convicted me. He convinced me. He was very convincing and convicted
yeah,
of what he was doing was the right thing too.
yeah. Yeah, that phrase by the Father, I know they've made you do bad things, but you are not a bad boy, right? There's something that happens when we allow the Father to speak to us about our true identity. One of the things that we're going to do today is, this idea of identity, it precedes any activity and forms at the foundation for missional living. It describes my worth from God's perspective, and it answers the question, who does God say that I am? Oftentimes we live in a world that our identity is based on what we do, on how we perform, on the titles that we have, on the achievements that we accomplished. And biblically speaking, that is absolutely not the case, right? I remember for me in my story, I was a pastor for about 15, 16 years. And, everybody during that time, they would call me Pastor Andrew or they would call me PA, right? And when I transitioned from pastoral ministry to work part of this missions team, I went from Pastor Andrew to just Andrew. And, going into it, I realized, yeah, of course my identity is not wrapped up into my title, of course. But then as I began to live into it, I realized, wow, it feels different. And then it felt freeing. And it took time for me to actually live into that, even though I understood the concept of it. But there's a difference. Our identity is not based on what we do. It's based on who we are in Him. And the reality is, in this world, there's a lot of things. People are walking around with false identities. And it's this idea that our identities, who we are, it's distorted. And it's distorted because of a lot of things. It's distorted. Society can distort it, our identity. Our family of origin can distort our identity. Satan and his lies can absolutely distort our identity. Experiences that we have can distort our identity. And even church culture can distort our identity. Here's the thing that happens. The lies that we hold us. The lies that we hold us. And the danger is that we can be holding on to these lies and completely unaware that we're holding on to them. And we're living as if those things are true, and they're absolutely not true. You know, in John 10:10, it says, the thief comes only to steal, to kill, and to destroy, right? But Galatians 5:1 says, it is for freedom that Christ has set us free. So one of the things that we realize when we begin to understand who we are in Christ, God is freeing us from the lies that we've been holding and the lies that have been holding us. So we get to do something really fun right now. We get to begin to craft a unique biblical identity statement. And I'm going to give you some examples of them. So here's one of them. This one says, I am God's treasure, the object of his greatest affection. What do you notice about this short little identity statement? It's stating who you are. Absolutely. What is it not doing? Not a title. What else? It's in the positive, not the negative. Yes, it's not saying what we're doing. How many times when you go and introduce yourself, hi, who are you? Oh, I'm a pastor. I'm a lawyer. I'm a doctor, right? We lead with what we do. You'll notice that there's absolutely no doing in this identity statement, okay? Later on, we're going to talk about impact, and there's doing there, but there is no doing here, right? It's being before doing. Being before doing. Here's another one. I am God's darling and delight, playing in his presence continually, adoring his company. Do you see any doing in this? Right? Oh, playing, yeah. But like the identity, this individual is God's darling and delight, right? It's talking about who she is, not the things that she does, not the responsibilities she carries, not the way that she shows up that way. Here's the last one. I am a child of the Father, perfectly loved and completely enjoyed. Right? I want you to notice that in this identity statement, it is absolutely being, not doing. I'm going to share mine with you. So my identity statement is this, that I am his son, always in his presence, and an heir to all that he has. I am his son, always in his presence, and an heir to all that he has. So one of the things that you'll notice about your identity story is that it comes from your experience. It comes from your timeline, your storyboard. So here's a little bit about my testimony. I don't know if I've shared this with you, but I was a drug baby. I was drugged to church Sunday morning. I was drugged to church Sunday night. I was drugged to church Wednesday night. So I was like a church rat. I grew up going to church all the time. There was never not a point in my story that I wasn't, was not aware of God's love for me. And my father was sick most of my life. So when I was really young, I remember playing catch with him, but by the time I was in 6th grade, 7th grade, his physical illnesses were so bad that there were days that he couldn't go to church with us. I've never seen, people go through pain, but when you are close to someone who's in chronic pain, who lives with it day in and day out, that is a different perspective. I remember being a kid, and I was kind of one of those weird kids where I would just create games and play and not like tell anybody, but they were part of that game. So I was like hide and seek around my house, but nobody else was playing with me. So I was just hiding from everybody. I vividly remember like crawling on the floor down the hallway, and I looked into my parents' room, and my dad was in so much pain because of his back, he could not get out of bed. But I vividly remember his hands being lifted up, and he was praising and thanking God. And that memory imprinted something on my heart and soul. And it imprinted this mentality that God is always with me. So I grew up with this perspective of like, no matter what I'm going through, like God is always with me. And that has just been burned in me, ingrained in me, and part of my story. So when I say, I am his son, always in his presence, that phrase came from those experiences. Now, the second phrase was an heir to all that he has. So when I look at my story, one thing that I realize is the lies that were woven in my story were, I'm not good enough. I don't have enough. I don't have enough resources. I don't measure up. And at different times in my story, those lies echoed and came through. I remember being like in 6th grade, feeling like I wasn't good at anything. And like I was at the basketball courts of our elementary school, and I was like, God, like what's my purpose? Like I need to have something that I'm good at, because I remember going into Bible college, like having absolutely no resources, always feeling like I couldn't do things because I didn't have the money, or things were just a little bit farther out of our grasp. I remember early on in our marriage, like things were so tight. And so I realized that when I sat with the Lord, those lies were not true about me. What was true was that I'm an heir to all that is his because of my relationship with him. And so a lot of my identity statement came out of the scripture of Luke 15:31, where you remember the story of the prodigal son. And the last phrase is the father is talking to the older son who's upset that he didn't get his own party. And the father says to the son, my son, you are always with me, and everything I have is yours. And that verse was like a catalyst for what the Lord wanted to tell me, like, hey, wait a minute. I am his son. I'm always in his presence, and I'm an heir to all that he has, right? I have more than enough because I have him. So in all of these examples, you're going to notice one thing. There's absolutely no doing, right? There's no job titles. There's no, hey, these are the 5 things I'm really, really good at, right? Or there's no, I am a conqueror for God, and I'm going to do these 5 things. Like, it's none of that, right? This is all about being. It's all about who you are, and later we'll get to what you do. So we're going to do something right now. On your workbooks in page 18, there's some verses there. So if you're not already there, I want to invite you to turn there. And you're going to spend some time looking at these verses. And you're going to pay attention to what the Lord may highlight for you. What is standing out? What's resonating? What is the Lord saying, hey, this is something that I want to speak to you about? Like for me, when I read Luke 15:31, I felt like God was like, Andrew, you are always with me. Everything I have is yours. Like that just hit me so hard. And I believe that the Lord wants to speak to you today. So I'm going to pray, and then what we're going to do is we're going to give you guys time to begin to craft your biblical identity statement. The 2 thoughts that I want to leave you with is this, right? This moment right now, I want to frame it like when Jesus was getting baptized. You guys remember the story when Jesus was getting baptized? When he stood into the water, what happened? Heaven was opened. He heard the voice of the Father, and the Holy Spirit descended upon him. And what did the voice say? He said, this is my Son, whom I love, in whom I am well pleased. What's interesting is that statement about who Jesus was spoken over him before he started his ministry, before he healed anybody, before anybody was raised from the dead or their eyes were open, before he went to the cross, before he fed the thousands, before he did any of that. This was already true. as we've been praying for you guys for this weekend, one of my prayers has been that this moment would be like that. That in just a moment, as I pray and you guys begin to work, I pray that heaven would be opened, that you would hear the voice of your Father speak to you about your true biblical identity. The second thing I want to tell you guys is this is a draft. If you are like me, then you are overly concerned about getting things perfect, okay? And so I just want to free you from that. This is a chance for you to jump right in there, jot some things down. It doesn't have to be perfect. We're going to take a moment and look at it and ask questions. And after the workshop today, you can go back to it. But I want you guys to jump in and see what the Lord would speak to you. Make sense? Okay, I'm going to pray, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys about 5 to 8 minutes, and I want you to begin to look at those scriptures, and I'll put the examples back up, and begin to write your own identity statement. And just for clarity, is there any doing in your identity statement?
No.
That's right. Thank God for Dave, man. Right? Your identity statement is about who you are, not what you do. So, Lord, we come before you. Father, I pray right now, in the name of Jesus. God, I thank you that as the Father, when you think of us, Lord, it brings a smile to your face. And Father, I pray that you would speak to each of us about who we are in you. An identity that is not from what we do or our performance, Father. Lord, I pray that in this moment it would be that the heavens would open. We would hear your voice. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. Go ahead and begin to craft yours. just want to check in. Does anybody need more time? All right, we'll give it about 2 more minutes and then we'll move forward. This is great. Yeah, so we're going to actually go through this. This is really great. So do you see any doing in this? I don't either. Yeah, yeah. Is it scripturally true? Is it scripturally true? Like, does the Bible agree with what? Yeah. Is this unique in your story? Like, you can look on your storyboard and kind of tie into why these things might be a particular highlight or importance. Okay, yeah, okay. Is it short enough that you can carry in your memory? Yeah. So my thought would be, I would encourage you to ask the Lord to help you simplify it even more. Yeah. But yeah. And we're gonna practice like going through them. Yeah. So I'm gonna have them share their table first, and then
You decide.
okay, okay, great. All right, friends. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do 2 things. First, I want you guys to share them with others at your table. And then afterwards, we're going to take a few and we're going to talk about it together as a large group. The reason why this is important is because you guys are going to be table coaches for the church that comes through. So, one of the discipleship principles we hold is that people are molded into what you model, right? So you guys are going through this so that you'll be equipped to lead your tables through it later, okay? So the first step I want you to do is I want you to share, just everyone at your table, go around and share your draft. Remember, it's just a draft, so share what you got as is. And what I want you to do is I want you to listen and affirm and clarify. Does it speak about identity? Does it speak about God's heart? Is it relational? Is it intimate? Is it inspired from their story? Okay? So keep these things in mind as you're listening to each other's, and then we're going to come back and do it as a group. All right? So go.
Hang on. So, read yours slowly and clearly, and then repeat it, read it again, so the people at your table get a sense of what it is. Okay? Don't be all bashful and blow through it really fast. But don't tee it up and make excuses. Just read what you wrote clearly, slowly, twice through, and then your table mates will lean in and ask you questions. Sound good?
Go for it.
We do this exercise as a table or?
Correct. Take 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. All right, I want to invite you guys to come back together as a group. So I would love to debrief this as a room. And I am looking for 2 or 3 people who would be willing to share your draft. Remember, this is a draft. And I would love to be able to provide some feedback so that way we can practice being clear so you guys will be set up for next month. So do we have 2 to 3 people that are willing to share? Yes.
I am an imperfect child of God, made perfect in his eyes, and delighted in knowing that God is with me in all things.
Okay, read it one more time.
I am an imperfect child of God, made perfect in his eyes, and delighted in knowing that God is with me in all things.
Okay. All right, let's go through this. Does it communicate identity? Does it reflect the heart of God? Does it flow from a part of your story? Like experientially, do you see it in your storyline? Okay. Can you eliminate any words?
Yes.
Yeah. One of our challenge points will be this. We're going to really invite people to keep it short and concise so that they can carry it around in their memory. A lot of times when you guys will lead tables through this, you're going to get people that write paragraphs. And although that might be a wonderful commentary, it's not a great identity statement because the chance of holding on to that. So I would invite you to begin to clarify, eliminate words, and get it down to its substance. Someone else?
No.
Oh.
So, if you were going to cut anything out of that, what would you cut? If you had wheeled it
Yeah.
under your kid's head and said, no kidding.
Well, I'm just going to say,
That got extreme.
Mark, then, I am imperfect child of God.
There you go.
Perfect in his eyes.
Completely unnecessary. Perfect in his eyes is very helpful. Right?
Yeah.
So now read it. Without the imperfect part.
I am made perfect in his eyes and delighted in knowing that God is with me in all things.
You okay with that? So the rest of you are thinking, oh gosh, mine's way too wordy. Aren't you? Thanks, Dave. Andrew, your room.
Yes. Someone else? Yeah.
I am God's masterpiece. I don't need to worry. God's got me in the palm of his hand. And then I said down below, I put an asterisk that worry is a sin. And
Okay, so if you were to take that commentary down to one statement, what would you want to take out?
Maybe I guess I don't need to worry.
Yeah, you don't need worry.
Yeah,
Who needs worry? Today has enough trouble of its own, right?
yeah.
But that commentary about worry is a sin. God knows that. You know that. So yeah, I would absolutely take that out. Yeah, I would. So if you were to put that into a sentence, very short, what would it be?
Not the worry part,
Yes.
right, Andrew?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. I am God's masterpiece. God's got me in the palm of his hand. Palm of his hand.
Okay.
So you could say, I am God's masterpiece in the palm of his hand. Couldn't you?
Yes.
Would that bother you?
Nope.
Okay?
That's good. Yes.
See that? Going for concise, clear, like that. Andrew, do another one, buddy. You're
Yeah.
great.
Nathan.
I am God's sheep. He takes care of me in my walk through life.
Okay. Great. So I'm curious. I hear a lot about what God's doing, and I would love to have you rephrase it where it talks about you. For example, she had mentioned, God's got me, and she rephrased it, I'm held in the palm of his hand, right? So it's more of a statement about who you are. So if you were to rephrase that to make it more about your identity, how would you rephrase that? Okay, say it one more time.
I am God's sheep. He takes care of me in my walk through life.
So that he takes care of me through my walk with life. How would you rephrase that rather than highlighting what God's doing for you? You would be the recipient of that.
So like kind of actions I would take.
Yeah, because that phrase is more about what God's doing.
Okay.
And I'm curious about what your unique biblical identity. So, say that last part again.
He takes care of me in my walk through life.
Okay. So what comes up to my mind is, I'm secure in his plan for me, right? So it communicates that truth, but it speaks about who you are. So that was my thought. I'm curious, how would you rephrase that?
So like, I am. Yeah, I'm safe in his walk through life.
Okay? Yeah. So say your whole sentence again.
I am God's sheep. I am safe in my walk through life.
Okay? Yeah. And how does that sit with you?
Yeah, I like that.
You like that?
Yeah, it's truthful.
Yep. And is it experientially true where you see it in your story? Great. Is it biblically true? Yep. Is there any doing in that? Yep. Great. So those are the things that we're looking for. And remember, guys, this was a draft. So we should, keep on tweaking yours. Get it more clear, more true to your story. Let's do one more. Who wants to have the last word? I know a lot of you guys like having the last word. All right, Linda wants the last word.
I am a daughter of the King, fully loved, continuously walking in mutual delight.
Okay, say it one more time.
I am a daughter of the King, fully loved, continuously walking in mutual delight.
Wonderful. Is there any way you could boil that down even more? Okay, so I hear 3 phrases. Say that first one.
I am a daughter of the King,
Okay. And the second one?
fully loved,
Wonderful. Now the third one.
continuously walking in mutual delight.
Okay. Continuously walking in mutual delight.
The idea of I'm never alone,
Yeah.
along with he delights in me.
Yeah. Love that. Taking that phrase, boiling it down. So you want to carry the truth of mutual delight and that he walks with you. Say that last part. Never alone. Yeah. Okay. How would I say that? How would you say it? Never. Okay. Great. So say your whole phrase. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure how I would boil that down more. Do any of my teammates want to play?
Well, Linda, walking gives me heartburn. There you go.
Yeah. Can you speak louder? Yeah. Okay, Linda, say the first two phrases again. Fully loved. Yeah. So one option would be and delighted in. To kind of, convey the fact that when the Father looks at you, it brings a smile to his face. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think delight's worth having in there. Linda, I know you, as you were praying about this weekend, God gave you that word, right? So Andrew, I think somehow to capture the delight without the image of walking would be nice. So he delights over you, sister. That's a fact. He delights in you.
Yeah. Right.
So leave it.
Yeah. Great. Well, sit with it. Yeah. Yeah. All right, wonderful. Well, we are going to go to the third component now, which is impact. I want to invite Kirk back up.
Thank you, Andrew. Good job, buddy. Everybody doing good?
Yes.
If you need the restroom, you're big people, go use the restroom. All right, so. Well, we want you to feel good. Yeah. Okay, here we go. We're going to pivot now to the future. Okay, we said we want to awaken you to your past, awaken to the present. Now we're going to pivot to the future. Personal impact is the difference you get to make in the world. The difference you get to make in the world. More specifically, theologically, it's about the difference God's Spirit makes in the lives of people you encounter because you were with him and he was with you. So, your personal impact statement is going to have two components, two parts to it. The first part is who. Who is it that God wants you to impact most of all? The lost is too general. I want you to be more specific. I want you to think about an archery target. Okay? Archery target has rings around the bullseye, right? And as you go through life, you're going to impact people that are outside of the bullseye. But when you're aiming, when you're able to aim, you aim for the bullseye, not the target. Right? Archery target is like this big.
bullseyes like this big. So what I want to challenge you to do is to specify the bullseye. So I'm doing this process, and the pastor's daughter, Becky, she's about early 20s, and she's like, oh my gosh, I know. My who is unwed teenage moms. Huh. Fascinating. Tell me the story. She says, well, when I was a junior in high school, I had a child. And I've been a teenage mom. And I know what it is to be a mom pushing a baby stroller around high school. And those women need help. Make sense? So that's targeted. Now, is Becky going to not care about anyone who's not an unwed teenage mother? No. Is she going to minister to people, other people besides that? Yes, but she's clear right about the bullseye. So I want to challenge you to be clear about the bullseye. It could be ex-military. It could be former law enforcement. It could be retired gymnasts. Heck, I don't know who you. I've got a buddy who all he does when he's not working is he works on cars. He's a gearhead, and his bullseye are gearheads. It's not me, right? But Doug speaks auto mechanic. He speaks that language, and he's all about it. There's a bunch of people, for reasons that I don't understand, that think that's a great thing to do with your weekend. Okay, so the personal impact statement has two components. The first component is, say a little louder,
Who you are called to impact.
less sheepishly.
Who you are called to impact.
Sweet! Yeah, it's about the who. All right, the second piece is about the impact. So what is it you want these people to experience because of their time with you? Because of the way they encounter God's Spirit in your life. We chatted earlier about people who generate joy everywhere they go, right? People who just cause hope to happen, who cause love to happen, right? So think about you and what you leave in your wake. Because that very likely is your impact. That's the what. Am I making sense? So what is the difference? It's not about how. Your personal impact statement does not include how. And why do you think we wouldn't include how? Well, yeah, we're finally doing a not being. Thank God, we got rid of Andrew. All that being business. So now we're back to doing. But why do we not specify the how? Yes, because it continually changes. You may think this is my how, and in your 20s that might be your how, but then you turn 35 and you can't do the how that you were doing in your 20s for a variety of reasons, or your life changes, or your position, location, your geography changes, or your relationships change, and suddenly that how is no longer viable. Does that mean your calling has gone out the window? No. So just like you said, thank you for saying that, your how may have to be adjusted many times. Okay? I was convicted several years ago that I wanted to invest in the lives of young men. When my 4 boys were in their adolescent years, I was working full-time in a business. I was also pastoring full-time in a church, and I was in seminary, which meant that Annie raised our kids, and she did. And I can't redeem those years with my boys because they're grown now. I'm with them, and I'm doing my best to respond to gaps that are in their lives because they didn't have me with them.
But I'm mentoring kids, young men who are adolescents. And now I'm mentoring kids in the foster care system. But I had to try several different things to figure this out. And so I tried 5th and 6th grade, boys and girls. That was a nightmare. I tried 8th grade boys who thought they were leaders on campus, but they weren't. That didn't go so great. And I figured out that this one-on-one thing with these young men in the foster care system is a way that works for me. I can build a relationship with them very slowly, very gradually, over a long period of time, and I'm digging it. But it's taken me years to find the how. And as I'm getting older and have less energy, that's probably not going to be my how for much longer. Just saying. Okay, so here's some examples of some actual personal impact statements. I want you to look at them and tell me who's the who, first of all. Who's the who? All neighbors? Everybody who's enslaved by poverty? No. My neighbors who are enslaved by poverty. Got it? Bullseye. See the bullseye? Is the bullseye everybody who's enslaved by poverty? No. Not going to Haiti, not going to Mexico, not going here and there, but in my what? I am on duty. Comprende? Do I care about everyone in my neighborhood equally? According to this? No. Do I care about everyone in my neighborhood equally? According to this? Who in my neighborhood do I care most about? Yes, people struggling financially. Make sense? What will they experience? What's the what? Love of Jesus. Huh? And have help and receive help. Got it? The person's clear about the who and the what. How about this one? Who's the who? People offended by religion on my college campus. Well, Walt's like, got to be a Buckeye. I don't care otherwise. Right? Do you guys have a college here? Is there a community college, something?
Yeah.
What's it called?
College of the Desert.
What a name. Sounds miserable. Just kidding. I'm not from here. I'm sorry. Yeah, so the College of the Desert, right? So if you were a student on campus, anybody college student? Ding, ding, ding. Okay, watch this. So you might decide that you care deeply about kids on campus, but not all kids on campus. Because there are kids on campus who, like Charlie Kirk, gave his life to, college kids who are offended by, right? I don't know. It'd be fascinating to know. I don't know. My wife is a huge Charlie Kirk person. You guys may hate him, love him, I don't know. But she thinks he's the bomb. Be fascinating to know what his impact statement would be. Because a guy that bright has probably figured it out, even without doing Awaken. Okay, so we're clear about the who, right? Now, what's the what? What's the impact this person wants to have? Okay, good. So this person is going to keep giving herself to her classmates until she sees people awakening to the reality of the reign of God. And until that happens, she's not going to be done. Make sense? So she's going to keep trying different hows until the impact is being experienced. Make sense? This one. Who's the who? Co-workers what? There we go. Right? So
The cool ones I don't care about. It's the anxious ones that I'm worried about. Not that you don't care. You get what I'm saying, right? But the bullseye is coworkers who are struggling with anxiety. Comprende? What will they experience? That will produce what in their lives? It says it right there. Yes. Okay? So when anxious people start to experience a reduction of stress, I know I'm nailing it. I know my arrow is striking the bullseye. Does that make sense? So that's what we want you to do, is we want you to do that. We want you to define your bullseye. Okay? The bullseye has two components. The two components are the who, thank you, and the impact. We call it the what. The who and the what. So the who will experience what? That's what you're going to do. To help you prepare for that, we're going to watch a clip from what I think is probably maybe the most famous speech ever given in my lifetime, which is Dr. Martin Luther King's speech at the Lincoln Memorial, Washington, D.C., in 1963. I was alive then. What's the title of the speech? Okay, now you're going to listen to him. He's going to tell you about his dream. And in his dream, he's going to repeat over and over again who the who is and the what. And the who and the what, almost like he did our workshop. See if you can pick it up. So I want to invite you to spend the next 15 minutes in silence. What does silence mean? What does silence mean? Correct. You're going to be tempted to turn to your person next to you and start blabbing, talking about who knows what. Cut it out. Don't do that. When we do this in a month with the church, they're going to have 40 minutes to take a drive around the community, to walk, to prayer walk, but we don't have that kind of time with you because Chris said you're smarter than everybody else. So I'm taking him at his word, no, kidding. So you'll have 15 minutes. I'd love for you to find a place you're comfortable anywhere in the building that you can sit and contemplate and journal. And I want you to come back with a first draft of a personal impact statement. Based on the way God has shaped you, who is God calling you to impact? And what is the impact you most want to see God produce in their lives? Okay? In 15 minutes time. Father, help us, because we only have 15 minutes, and we need you in Jesus' name. Amen. See you at 5 after, back in this room. Okay, let's do this. We need, I don't know where everybody else went, but I'd like to put you in pairs. And in pairs, I want you to read your impact statement slowly and clearly twice through to your partner. They then are going to ask you these questions. You're going to answer the questions. Okay? So in pairs, share your statement, read it clearly and slowly twice. We need to be in pairs, so would you be willing to be a pair over here? There's an odd number at that table. Well, I was thinking the center table, there's 3 people there right now. Are you waiting for somebody else to come back? Oh, Chris, here comes Chris. Yeah, well, anywhere, I think the back table needs a 4th. How about that? I think I see 3 people now. Who knows what happens in the next second. All right, so here's the point. Get in pairs. If you have to be a triad because there's no way to be a pair, then be a triad. But read your statement through slowly and clearly twice, nice and loud. Then your partner is going to ask you these questions. Can you see it? Who does it impact? Et cetera, et cetera. Does that make sense? Let's do that now. You have about 5 minutes. Begin. I don't care who it's with. Yep.
On our way here this morning,
Dave, yeah?
I dropped off my car at the local tire shop, and
You got to pick it up.
I have to pick it up sometime before 5.
Okay.
Are we having a break today or no?
We'll break for lunch for sure,
Oh, okay.
and we'll be done by 3:30 at the latest.
Oh, okay. All right.
So you can go at
I got a
lunchtime.
taxi that's ready, but I mean, I don't need to
Okay.
get it.
I
If
promise.
we're
I
gonna
promise
be
you
done
will
by
be done.
3:30?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. By hook or by crook, we'll do it. Hello, my friend.
I'm thinking on the fly here.
Okay.
When we were going over this stuff in your office a couple days ago,
Uh-huh.
for this part here, you had me giving examples. Oops, that's not it. Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Here it is. And we're looking at like Sky Valley activated. Could I write a personal impact statement around that, saying that my who is pastors and other church leaders to courageously love them will feel loved?
Well, the problem is that I want you to do it for the unchurched as a model for the room.
Okay.
Because we
Got it.
tend to default, like,
Okay.
but
Pardon?
yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yes, that'd be my preference, would be to find a way,
Yeah.
people of influence, people that are influential
Right.
in society, any way you want to
Yeah.
kind of shape that.
It's RC.
So it includes pastors, but don't name pastors.
Okay.
You could say leaders, you could say cultural leaders, you could say influencers in society.
Okay.
You could say people of influence in Jacksonville
Yeah.
or whatever.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
National leaders, that would work.
Okay.
We know what you mean.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I like that.
I can keep them.
Great. I
It's
love
getting
that.
mixed up. The examples are getting mixed up when I go down this road.
Oh, okay.
Because I hear specifically, I was like using the grid to see what had to
Right.
change for me to come to activate
So,
the team.
yeah, pickleball was an edit.
Yeah, well, so was Saturdays. I can no longer watch OSU football games during while the games are on.
Because you're working?
Yeah, like right now,
Right,
like right
right,
this minute.
right.
So
So that's an edit. You watched
that's
the
an edit.
recorded game, okay?
Yeah,
Which we're going to
here.
do tonight.
yeah, I know.
Okay,
Anyway.
I get the trash piece. Is this when you left
I had
the
to give up
local
Sky
pasture?
Valley.
Yep.
Had to give up the local
Yep,
pasture.
yep, yep, yep. Now, what's the save piece?
We'd written devotion.
What's that mean?
Save the devotional life, but actually it's gonna be probably more edited because the devotional life is deeper now through the rhythms of the team.
Yeah.
So
So you could probably, if you're going to illustrate save from your life, if you're going to illustrate the
Yeah.
save,
passion for the lost and unchurched.
yeah, that hasn't changed.
No,
You
no,
had it before, you
doesn't.
got it now. That's
Yeah,
great.
because
Let's do that. I love that.
I was just trying to think of an example that I could use.
Yeah, I like it. I like that a lot.
Unchurched, dechurched. Required me to leave the pastorate. Here.
Well, you chose to. You strategically chose to do that
Yeah, I did. I couldn't do.
to align
Right.
line with your impact statement.
Yeah, because I couldn't do both.
Correct.
Yeah. Then
And then what's your pace?
um, traveling,
Okay.
because that also, instead of if I was still in the pastorate,
Couldn't be
over there
going.
getting ready to preach tomorrow morning.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was
Love
just
it.
trying of another I just saw as I was mulling it over, studying it, another application of the step grid there.
I like it. Nice,
I'm
buddy.
very practical, so I'm always looking for the practicality. It's one of the reasons why I had so much problems in calculus, because the concept of a limit.
Yeah, yeah, me
Go
too.
half the distance to the wall every time you take a step, and you'll never reach it.
Yeah. Huh. True that.
That just blew my mind in high school, and then when I got to college with calculus, it's like,
Right.
Okay, you should be on the second person by now. Your second partner, please.
it didn't help that I had a new girlfriend. I was also trying to build a race car.
Go figure. Come on, Kansas. Come on, Kansas. Come on. Give about one more minute, please. 1 minute.
Basically what I'm trying to say.
Let me pull your attention up front, please. I'd like a volunteer to let me sharpen your impact statement. Who's a courageous soul willing to have your work of art massacred by my chainsaw? Still got your hand up? Yeah, okay, listen up.
My calling, I feel, is to high school football players who are lost in their faith because of their reputation. And I want them to eventually pray before games, and players are willing to volunteer to pray.
Okay, so start over, do it again. It's way too long, but really good.
High school football players who are lost in their faith because of their reputation, for them to eventually pray before games, and players are willing to volunteer to pray.
All right, good. So you could say we'll pray before games, period, and that'd be a great way to say it. So if you did it that way, what's it read?
High school football players who are lost in their faith because of their reputation.
Yeah, forget the because we don't need the because.
Okay.
Who cares?
High school football players who are lost in their faith, for them to eventually pray.
Will
Will
pray.
pray before games. Okay.
Boom. Mic drop. Got it? Clear about the who. High school football players who have lost their faith, or whatever you said. Not because. We don't care about because. Screw that. Too many words. Right? Will pray before games. You might even put in the word boldly if you care about boldness. I don't know that you do, but if you did. Someone else. One more. Yes, please.
People in my community who hate the idea of going to church, to be the church outside of the church, so that they may be drawn towards the sweetness of other things.
Holy cow, that's a lot of words. All right, good. I love the sentiment, but man alive. Volume 3. So do it again, bro, and if you want to, drop some words on the fly so this is not so agonizing, what we have to do next.
People in my community who hate the idea of going to church, Portland church. People in my community
Who hate the church?
who hate the church
That'll work. Will what? Will experience what?
will be drawn towards the sweetness of other Jesus.
I'll take that. Boom, that'll work. Okay, got it? One more.
Women who are lonely to know that God sees them, He loves them, and they are preciously valued.
Would you be willing to insert the verb will experience?
And will experience,
Being seen, being
oh, to experience,
will experience. I mean, okay. So now read it.
women who are lonely to experience being seen, loved, and valued by God.
There you go. You can take my experience out. I guess I don't like it. Will be seen, loved, and valued by God. That's the best thing. Okay? Lonely women will be seen, loved, and valued by God. Right? Something like that? Okay, anybody realize you need to do some cleaning up on yours? Good. So you are going to be the role model at your table in a month. So one reason that we're leaning in on this so ruthlessly and unkindly and unpleasantly is because we want yours to be really crisp and really clear and really concise. Because if yours is wordy and flowery and full of baloney and not specific at all, then guess what you're going to generate around your table in a month? Same thing, right? So, yeah. The next thing to do, we're not going to do because we don't have time to do it. But I need you to promise to do this when you're home, or before you go home if you want. I want you to copy your value statements. You remember that? What's a value statement again? What's a value statement? So it's the value and the sentence that explains what you mean by that or how you do that in your life. So the value and the statement for those 4 to 5 values that Walt led you through. You're going to copy that over from page, I think it's 16, onto page 32 maybe. So you're just going to copy it over. Don't do it now, we don't have time. But that's what you're going to do. You're going to promise you're going to do that. Do you guys know this is a Scouts salute, Boy Scout salute, right? Any Boy Scouts? I have no idea what the Girl Scout salute is. So we're going to do a Scout salute. I promise I'm going to do this when I get home, okay? So let's do that just for grins. Then you're going to copy your biblical identity statement, the cleaned up, concise, whittled down version from page 19, I think, over to page 32. And then you're going to rewrite your personal impact statement, copying it over from page 29 to page 32, the page we were just working on. Okay? I really, really, really need you to have this all on page 32 before next month. Okay? One person said okay. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, good. Now we're getting somewhere. All right, good. Got that? Please, please, please. I think it goes on to 32.
32, okay.
Am I right? I'm right. 30 goes on to 32. So you're going to copy it over and clean it up. Like we cleaned yours. I like how it reads now. You comfortable with it? Okay, good. So you do your cleanest, most concise rendition of each of those, copied over on page 32. Why am I asking you to do that? Be ready for? Because what happens next month is? The congregational workshop. The whole room will be full of tables, and sitting at each of the tables is going to be who? Y'all, all y'all. At your own table. You have your own little chicks at your table, and they're going to need to be led and guided and exampled. Make sense? So if your example is squirrely, then we're going to have squirrels and not chicks. We don't want that. All right, so surrender is the way we conclude the workshop, which we'll conclude in a month. But I'm not going to do it today because I don't have time. It's not your fault, just how it shakes. But I'm going to talk to you about surrender. Anybody know who Henry Nouwen is or was? I think he's passed. Henry Nouwen is a biblical scholar and an author, wrote a number of books. One of the books he wrote at the end of his life, he took a sabbatical near the end of his life. And on his sabbatical, he met a trapeze group from South Africa called the Rodleys. And when he met them, he was fascinated to learn about the art of the trapeze. So in the work of the trapeze, there are two primary players. There's the flyer, who does the amazing stunts in the air, like that. And then there's what? The catcher. And nobody pays any attention to the catcher until there. Right? Here's the crazy thing that now I learned about the trapeze. The flyer cannot catch the catcher. The flyer can't reach for the wrists of the catcher. The flyer can't do anything except what? Surrender. The flyer has to surrender her or himself to the catcher, to the capable, powerful, skillful grip of the catcher. What am I talking about? Trapeze? No. What are we talking about? Surrendering to God. Yes. Living that way. You will not be missional without surrendering. How do I know? Because you're not missional already. I'm assuming that's true. If some of you have carved out space in your life to be on mission for Christ here locally, good on you. We want a church full of people like that. They're not going to get missional without surrender. Surrendering what? What do you think you need to surrender? People need to surrender to live on mission for Jesus. What? Their life. Well, there you go. Yeah, you don't actually have to surrender your whole entire life, but your what? Your time, your freedom, your reputation. You guys know, you guys go places and share Christ with people. Some people are probably delighted, and some people probably less than delighted. So your reputation gets beat up in the process sometimes, right? Can happen. So when you live on mission for Jesus, when you care more about lost people than your own reputation, that requires what? Surrender. There we go. So during the Awaken Workshop in a month, we're going to spend about 30, 40 minutes inviting people to identify what they need to surrender. We tend to cling to particular bars that we hang on to and don't want to get off of. If you're like me, you're happy to wrap your arms and your legs and your feet and your hands around a bar and never let go. But if you did that, this would never happen. Right? So you notice the flyers don't cling to the bar, but we do. So we're going to invite you to surrender the bars of status, the bars of security, the bar of status, bar of security, and the bar of something else. What is it? Emotional conflict. Okie dokie? So that's what we're going to do, but we're not going to do it today because we don't have time. Let's have lunch. What's the instruction for lunch, please?
5 minutes?
Before we do lunch,
Yeah.
what's happening after lunch? How much?
I'm going to,
What time do you want us back?
I want you back at 1.
Okay. And then how much time after lunch do we have?
I promise you, you'll be out by 4. And I promised you, Dave, something different. Don't tell anybody what I promised you, but that's true.
Okay.
Okay? Yes, at the very latest, you'll be done by 4.
How much time do we have for lunch?
Half hour.
Half hour. Okay, that gives us until 1 o'clock. Let me pray for lunch and then
Thanks, Chris.
getting things ready. Heavenly Father, thank you for what you are putting in us, pouring into us right now. Lord, help us to process this in such a way that we become more closely the people that you desire us to be. Pray for this lunch and conversations now would flow freely as we are processing this. Thank you for each person who's given up their time to be here as a sacrifice of worship. In Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you, Chris. Thank God for Dave.
But the get-go part, she left her purse, so
There you go,
they're somewhere out there.
on the property.
I looked, but I didn't see them.
I mean, as long as people don't mind working late, we can take as long as we want for lunch.
I gotta go pick up my car, so.
I know you do. All right, let's get started, please. Walt and Tim, can you find the Activate workbooks and pass them out? They're navy blue on the cover. I don't know, Chris, where they are. The Activate workbooks. Yeah, we need the Activate ones now, the navy blue cover. Okay, come on in and have a seat while Chris is getting your workbooks. We're pivoting now to the second workshop in our series. This workshop is called what? Activate. When you hear the word activate, what thoughts come to your mind? Action, Dave says. Thank God for Dave, everyone. Ready? Thank God for Dave. Action. What else? Yes, ready to do something. Motivated to do something. Yes, yes, yes. I love that. Say that again. You're teasing. Okay, good. So when my team was designing this workshop, we got to talking before we ever started writing, before we started designing. We were talking about a public swimming pool. And back when I was a kid, public swimming pools had a bizarre thing. They actually had a diving board. And they had a low diving board and they had a high diving board. And many of you, if you're younger than 30, you don't even know what I'm talking about. Because somewhere between my generation and yours, people decided that when their kids do stupid things off of diving boards and hurt themselves, that it's somehow the responsibility of the pool or the municipality. And so they started suing, suddenly started suing cities and communities and the Parks Department anytime some kid did a thing that kids always do, which is dumb stuff. And so they took all the diving boards out of pools. But once upon a time, you would have seen this. Back when people stood responsible for their choices and their kids' choices, and if their kid did something crazy and hurt themselves, no parent ever dreamed that they would sue the city, because it was their kid that they were supposed to raise. And back in the old days, people raised kids. Kids didn't raise themselves, but I'm off my topic. Back to the pool deck. Yeah, kids still get hurt. Yeah, amen. Right. Can't help it. All right, so off my middle-age rant. So we're designing this training. We said, well, let's have the participants picture themselves diving. You know, picture like, close your eyes and imagine yourself diving into a missional lifestyle, right? Diving into missionality, like that. Do you want to do a gainer? Do you want to do a backflip? You know, work it out on paper, get it all written out, get the design all done, then you go home and you implement it. That was a possibility. So he goes, no, it's not enough. They need to get out of the pool, walk across the pool deck, go up the ladder, get up on the high dive. Maybe from up there. We'll have you up there. Now imagine you're living missionally. You're impacting lost people for Christ. You're doing it naturally and comfortably and relationally and all that. Yeah, that'd be enough. And somebody seems like, yeah, no, that's not enough. What if we had them go out on the actual diving board and bounce a few times. Get a sense of what it is to be airborne, to be in midair diving into a missional life. That would be enough, wouldn't it? No. Before we're done today, I promised Dave by 3:30, promised Chris by 4, but cat's out of the bag. Before today at 3:30, you're going to go off the end of the diving board. And we've actually assembled some diving boards here. If you have noticed on the floor, you wonder, what's that? That is a diving board. And before you get to pray and receive prayer and pray your way off the diving board, you're going to actually leap on your cell phone, on your laptop, on your tablet. Tim, show them your cool phone. The craziest thing. Look at that. That's wild. That's like a halfway between a phone and a tablet. So whatever device you have, you're going to reach out to somebody before we're done, and you're going to commit yourself to mentor kids in juvenile hall. You're going to fill out the form today, before we're done, before 3:30. So don't drag your feet and make us late, because that makes me a liar, and Dave's counting on me to be a man of my word. Okay? Quiet room, Chris. Quiet room. Let me try that again. Doesn't have to be mentoring kids at juvenile. No. It can be contacting your neighbor and inviting her over for coffee. She doesn't follow Christ and you do. Have your neighbor over. Okay? One of my favorite stories, I'm doing this workshop, and a guy went online during, we're going to give you 15 minutes. We call it the LEAP, right? What's the 15 minutes called? Action zone. The action zone. 15 minutes, we're going to declare the action zone, and you're going to get busy. And you're going to get leaping. You get going off the end of your diving board, right? Linda, you with me? So this one guy goes online. He buys 2 season tickets to the junior pro hockey team that plays in his town. And then he calls his unchurched neighbor and goes, "You're going with me. We're going to the hockey game all season long." In 15 minutes, the guy did all that. Okay? So there's a lot we can accomplish in 15 minutes. What you can't do is sit on your rump and do nothing, because Chris will track you down and murder your family. No, he won't. But okay, you good with that?
Yes.
Dave's good with it. Chris is good with it. Pete is good with it. Who else is good with it? You already kind of. Yes, your name I forgot. Genesis? Come on. They named a book of the Bible after you. How cool is that? Seriously, that's your name? Wow. That sounds like a rapper would name themselves Genesis. It's so cool. That's awesome, Genesis. Woo! What do they call you for short? Jen? The whole thing. You insist on it every time? Okay, Jen. So, here's our outline. She'll never come back. Oh, shoot, Chris. So this is the outline of the workshop. Tell me when I'm done. It's killing my neck. Thank you for. I'd love for you to do it every day, but what I want you to do is leap into their lives today meaningfully and start the process. And we're just going to trust Jesus to see what opens up. Okay? Thank you for that. Appreciate the sound effects. Your experience may be one like mine, where I committed to something and I did it and it was a disaster. And so then I pivoted and tried something different, and that wasn't much better. And I tried something different and like that until I got to where I got to now, where I'm mentoring these young men in the foster care system. Okay, you got it? So we're going to get you off the end of the diving board today in the action zone. Okay? And we'll be back together in a month. And if I remember, I'll ax you. So, because I'm going to know what you did in the action zone because we're going to talk about it. We're going to brag about it to each other. We're going to brag about what God does before we're done today. So this is what we're going to do. Blah, 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 blah. 1 Peter 1:10, 2 Peter 1:10 says what? Anyone who can read.
Therefore, my brothers, be all the more eager to make your calling and election sure.
Which Eugene Peterson renders this way in the Massage.
So, friends, confirm God's invitation to you, his choice of you. Don't put it off, do it now. Do this, and you'll have your life on a firm footing.
So we're saying get after it. Okay? Many of us in evangelical Christianity think if I believe certain things and I think certain things and I treat people nicely, that's all I need. That may be all you need to get to heaven, but it's not all you need to advance the kingdom of God, to make Jesus famous here in Rancho Mirage. So we're going to do that, not in big, splashy, demonstrative ways, but as Mother Teresa said, small deeds done in, what does she say? All the time. Anyway, never mind. You're going to do stuff all the time. We're going to do things for people who are lost all the time. How many of you seen the movie What About Bob? What About Bob also starred Richard Dreyfuss. I think we're actually going to get to watch it. Forget all that. Oh, okay. So, in What About Bob, Richard Dreyfuss plays a egotistical psychiatrist. Have you ever known a psychiatrist? No, never mind. I'm not going to say that. Thanks, bro. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, bro. He's like, pull back, Kirk, pull back. In the movie What About Bob, Bill Murray plays a paranoid psychiatric patient of Dr. Marvin. This is Dreyfuss is the doctor. Early in the movie, Bob befriends the doctor's family, finds them on vacation, having a lake vacation, and befriends everyone. And as you can imagine, the whole family falls head over heels for Bob. He's just so freaking lovable. Much to the dismay of Bob's doctor, who is the father of the family, and the husband of the wife who adores Bob, and all that. So, this dynamic plays out. But we're going to look at a scene where Richard Dreyfuss's character, his son, Sigmund, is struggling to learn how to dive. And the dive is a bit, well, we've been talking about diving, going off the end of the diving board. So he's struggling to learn how to dive, and I want you to watch how Bob helps Sigmund dive. Okay? Then I'm going to ask you to tell at your table a time that you took a leap in your life. It could be a physical leap. Maybe when you were a little bitty kid, you had a parent who said, jump off the kitchen counter, I'll grab you, and they did. Or maybe it was a parent that was waiting for you in the swimming pool, and you jumped off the side of the pool. You leaped, you took a leap, right? And you were caught. Maybe it was a different kind of leap. Maybe it was a leap like applying to a school you had no business applying to, but you applied anyway because you took a leap. Make sense? Maybe you asked somebody out on a date who was way out of your league like I did. And it was a leap. And stupidly, she said yes. But that's another story for another time. Here's Bill Murray.
Give me some time to blow the man down. Notice anything different about me?
No.
Do you, Sam?
No.
Well, I just picked it up.
So at your tables, tell a story about a time you took a leap. Where were you? How old were you? What was going through your mind? What feelings did you experience before and after that leap? Okay, take no more than a minute to tell your story at the table. Please begin.
I have a quote by Mother Teresa.
You have the quote?
Yeah.
Small things done with great love will change the world.
Well, this was similar, but we cannot all do great things, but we can do small things with great love.
There you go.
Is that it?
Yeah, that was just that I couldn't remember. Thank you. Thank God for Dave.
For Google. At that time it was Google.
About 2 more minutes, please, for your table. About 2 more minutes. All right, please stop. Please stop. What helped you make the leap? What helped you make your leap? Whatever you just told, whatever story you just told at your table, what helped you to actually do it? The desire? Okay. Someone else. What helped you make the leap? The drive to want to help someone? Sweet. So it wasn't about you. Yeah, it's for someone else. Surrendering fear. Thank you. Yeah, Dave.
A friend's persistence.
Thank God for Dave's friend. Yeah. Yeah, how many of you were helped by a friend? Right? Urged you? I know I did. I was so nervous about calling this girl on the phone to invite her to homecoming, but my friends helped me. All right. Somebody read James 2:14 in the New Living Translation. Read it to us in a big voice. Anybody who can read.
Dear brothers and sisters, what's the use of saying you have faith if you don't prove it by your actions? That kind of faith can't save anyone.
Thank you. And how about Luke 19:26 in the Message?
He said, that's what I mean. Risk your life and get more than you ever dreamed of.
So we want to suggest to you that the life of a Christian is full of leaps and jumps. Not just the leap you took when you gave your life to Christ, but as you're walking with Him, God continually and repeatedly challenges us to leap. Dave's nodding. That's good. Anybody else? That makes sense to anybody else? Christian life is supposed to be a life of leaps and jumps. I know just a teeny bit about your history here. But Chris, you guys have taken several leaps along the way. And sometimes you had to leap because something unforeseen took place that you hadn't anticipated, and so you find yourself in that space having to leap. Other times you made a strategic leap for the sake of the body or for the sake of the kingdom or for the sake of the vision and what God had given us to do in the city, and so we leapt again. But leaping is natural for Christians. When you read your Bible, have you noticed that you don't read stories about people reading their Bibles? Never thought of that. What do we read stories about people doing? Exploits for God. Right? We see God's people continually in peril and them crying out to God, needing God to rescue them, and they take leaps, and God comes through. I was thinking about Abraham and his son Isaac, right? And the ram in the thicket and all that. That was a leap, ladies and gentlemen, for that father to be willing to sacrifice his son, which I concur he was willing to do. And then God provided a perfect substitute for his son. Yes, yes, yes? You with me? But he had to leap. He had to leap, and so do you. Many of us are trying to play safe as Christians. We've got a kind of a, what do you call that? Sanitized Christian story in our heads where we don't ever risk or leap or do dangerous things for God. But I don't see that biblically at all, do you? So we're going to risk and leap, not for the sake of leaping, but leaping in order that we could truly become a redemptive, transforming presence here in Rancho Mirage. Who's up for that? Thank God for Dave and the rest of you. So I want you to imagine with me for a minute what it would be like for you. Whoops. Is that what it says? Imagine. What would it be like if you were living your impact statement, the one that you worked on just before lunch, with a calm confidence, continually leaping into people's lives who don't know Jesus yet? Not leaping to be an annoyance, not leaping to be a jerk, not leaping to be entertained, but leaping for the sake of their eternal outcome. I found out, Walt, you don't know this, but yesterday we were leaving my house in Orange County, and there was a fire truck and an ambulance out in front of our neighbor's house, 2 doors down, and my neighbor died yesterday. He was in his 30s, and he wasn't sick, and he didn't have a disease. It came as a complete shock like that. So we don't know when somebody's going to draw their last breath. We have an opportunity to make an adjustment in the trajectory of their lives. You may not be the one with whom they pray to receive Christ, but you might. And if you never try, you never will. So we want to encourage you to be a person who leaps. So imagine with me that you're a leaper. Okay, that you're leaping and you're doing it all the time and you're building relationship with lost people. And they enjoy you. They enjoy their time with you. It's not fake, it's not forced, it's not put on, it's not awkward. It's easy and it's comfortable, and they're receptive and responsive, and they trust you. They trust you with their deepest questions about life and death, about heaven and hell, about God, and all of that. You with me? Okay, go over to the table. These 2 tables and you. Pete, go to that table. These 2 tables, go over to this table and pick out a picture that illustrates how you'd feel when that's true about you. That you're just as comfortable in a secular setting as a Christian setting and all that. And do it quick. Grab your picture, bring it back to the table. Don't choose the same one you picked last night when we did something different. will you feel when that's true of you? Oh, wait, I forgot. Oh, tough. Not a problem. I butchered that whole tee up. I butchered the whole tee up for the photos. Oh well. Okay, so explain your photo to your table. Why did you pick it? How does it reflect the way you'd feel if that were true of you?
the lunchtime malaise kicked in yet? If you need to stand up or something, feel free to.
Food doesn't have triple digits.
Yep, okay. Okay, what we're going to talk about now is something called the step grid. And it's a way of helping you make transitions from one thing in your life to another. If you look, let's see, whoops. If you look up here on the left, you have your your PCS, or what does that stand for? Personal calling statement. Yes, yes. Thanks, Dave.
Thank God for Dave.
You have your personal calling statement. You have what else as we've looked at, you've discerned as you've gone through your timeline. Your values. You've written an identity statement, and you've got an impact statement. So you've got that on the left. Now what we're going to look at is how we can take the two of these and have the alignment, which will give us focus, faithfulness, fruitfulness, fulfillment. What we're trying to do is we're trying to get from here to there. And oftentimes, if you don't have a grid or a means of doing that, you can have all these things over here, and you can have all the wishes that you want, what you want to do, but you'll never get aligned and never have the things going. So that's where the step grid comes in, is how we do that. Okay? So for many Christians, and I think we can probably all identify with this, I don't think I've ever met a church member that doesn't at some point say this, our lives are already busy. Anybody have a lot of margin in their lives? You have 20, 30 extra hours a week? Okay? Yeah, you're here for this. Okay? We're glad that you are here. So many Christians, they already have their life full of things, and not just things, but good things. And so when you ask people to make space in their lives for things, you really can't fit anything else into the bag, right? You can only get so much in there. So what you have to do is you have to make some decisions. You have to have a way of figuring out what you need to do with stuff so that you can have the room for the stuff that you want to do, doing the good things. So with the step grid, we're going to show you how you can do that here. It's a simple acronym, STEP, S-T-E-P, four-letter word, a good four-letter word though. And so we're going to do some things, and we're just going to use this acronym to help us remind us what to do with different things. The first one is the S, which, can someone read what that says? Save. Save. There's going to be some things that you're going to save, some things you're going to continue doing because they have value, they align with your values and your mission statement and all that stuff, and they lend to life. So you're going to continue doing those things. Then all of us have activities that they might be good, but they might get in the way of doing the things that are even better. Sometimes you may have to give up the good for the best, okay? So those things you have to trash. Did I hear someone say it? You have to trash. You have to get rid of those things. And then there's activities that you might need to do in a different way, which will allow you to do your mission. You just have to figure out another way to do that. And those you would edit. You just edit the way that you're doing them. And then finally, there's some new behaviors, activities that God will invite you to embrace, and that's paste. And if anybody that's used a computer in the last 50 years, which I think is everybody in this room, you'll recognize these are things that you do commonly with the computer. You save, you trash, you edit, you paste. And what we're talking about here, we're just using that as a metaphor for your life. There's going to be things that you want to save, things that you want to trash, things that need to be edited. Maybe you can still do them, but you may have to do them in a different way, maybe figure out how to do them. And then there's things that you're going to be pasting in, things God's inviting you to. So I took this grid, gave myself a challenge and tried to figure out, what's a good illustration for you of this, okay? And so when I left, many of you here know that I was a pastor at Sky Valley Chapel over near the mountains here for about 12 years. And when I left there 2 years ago to embark on this journey with the Activated team, with Kirk and Tim and Andrew and all the other folks that are there, I had to make some changes in my life because I could not keep on pastoring at Sky Valley and do the ministry that I felt God calling me to do. God had given me a great burden for for unchurched and dechurched people. And he gave me, I think, an honestly critical heart about the church at large, that the church wasn't doing the things that Jesus said for them to do, i.e., make disciples and advance the kingdom. Pretty simple. I'm a military guy. The mission, what's the mission statement? What are we supposed to do, boss? Make disciples and advance the kingdom. And in my humble opinion, the church wasn't doing a very good job of that. Kirk talked about this at the whole introduction earlier. So when I heard about this activated team, it kind of cranked my tractor and said, wow, I've been thinking about these things and writing about these things for years. And so what did I need to do in order to do that? So I needed to save some things. I wanted to save my passion for the folks that are unchurched or dechurched, because that was going to be kind of my guiding thing there. But I wanted to help pastors by coaching them, by coming alongside them, by teaching leadership and that kind of stuff. And this team would allow me to do that. So that kind of thing I was going to save is my passion for that. Now, as far as eliminate or trash, I hate to say it, but I had to eliminate Sky Valley, because there's no way I could continue doing the things that I was doing, my responsibilities there, and serve on this team. I actually did that for about 8 or 9 months, my last 9 months at Sky Valley. And it's pretty tough, balancing, juggling all those things. What are activities that to edit? Okay, edit. Well, someone here is going to, if you had a critique, you'd write, well, I'm tired of hearing about Walt and the Ohio State football games, okay? But I had to edit that, because you know what the Buckeyes football team is doing right now? They're playing. If you know the score or anything, do not tell me. I'm not checking the score. But there's a football game going on right now. And I'll be honest with you, there's a time whenever it would be hard for me to figure out that I was going to tie myself up so that I wouldn't be able to watch Ohio State football. So what we're doing is we're going to stream it tonight at Kirky's house. Okay, so I will get to watch it tonight. But I won't be watching it in real time, which is preferable if you're a real football player. You understand that. Okay, so I'm doing things differently so that I can carry out my calling, what God's called me to do, and be here with you guys and gals. And so that's what the editing. Then the final thing was pace. For many years, my military ministry, my military career, I was gone. I was gone a bunch of time because I was deployed a lot, had more operational duty time than any of the chaplains, other chaplains when I retired in the chaplain corps. And so going to Sky Valley was a way to give back my wife some time by being around, and I didn't have to be there during the summer and all that kind of stuff. Well, coming to activate a team required me to obligate myself to travel. I was in Montana with this guy 2 weeks ago. I'm going to be back in Montana with this guy in 2 more weeks, and that's going to be and then I'm going to be back with you guys in another month. And that's going to be my pattern for the next 6 months. So that means that I had to add that there, and it also means adjusting our family time for Lou and I and time with our kids. So can you see the thing here with using the step grid? And you can take this, and it's not just about a change in ministry like I did, but it could be about setting up a new ministry and adapting your life and your lifestyle in order to do that. Does that make sense? Okay. I thought it would, hopefully. If not, you can tell me. Okay. Would someone read the words of the Apostle Paul here? Out loud.
Someone who can read.
Thank you, Dave. Thank God for Dave. I'll read it. I can read. Everything. And Paul says, this is from the Message again. He says, and I do mean everything. Emphasis there. Connected with that old way of life has to what? Has to go. There's things we need to let go of. There's things that we're going to have to trash in order to be able to carry out the mission that God has for us. Get rid of it, in case Paul didn't think that you understood what he'd already said. And then take on an entirely new way of life, a God-fashioned life, a life renewed from the inside and working itself into your conduct as God accurately what? Reproduces his character in you. So who's doing the reproducing? God is doing the reproducing. He's reproducing his character in you. That's his goal. His goal for each and every one of us is to be conformed to the character of his Son, Jesus Christ. And he's called us, he's given us, as Paul says in another place, he's given us that ministry of reconciliation to call people to that. And so that's what we're doing. as we figure out our personal impact statements and such. So, the question that I would have for you here is, during Activate, you're going to be practicing the step grid on a case study that we're going to do. We're not going to do the case study today because of time, but there will be the case study during next month whenever we do it with the rest of the people that come in. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. Awakens next month, then Activate in November. And so to save time, we're going to jump over that for right now. But what I want you to do right now is I want you to use your personal impact statement that you've written this week. I want you to use that as a lens to view the activities that fill your life on a day-to-day basis. And then what I want you to do is consider what are the primary issues that you face in more fully engaging your missional calling. As I said, I understand almost anybody I talk to would tell me they don't have time. No one has that big margin block of an extra 10 to 20 hours a week. So what you're going to have to do is use something like the step grid, or I don't know of anything better that you could use. So use the step grid to figure out what can I do, how can I prioritize so that my life is doing what it is. I know your pastor has rhythms and stuff that he uses in his life and his week, and the sabbatical that he was on a year and a half ago, to try and do things the best that he can do to be your pastor here at Mission Hills. Okay? So how are you going to do this to fully engage? So if you were to sit down with Jesus, what changes or deletions or new activities might he invite you to consider? So having identified those issues, I want you to apply the step grid and figure out what he would want you to do or what he would want you to not do. And I would like for you to identify one item. Okay, we've gone from 30 to 50, possibly 70. We've gone down to 4 to 8, or 6 to 10, down to 4 to 5. Now I'm asking you to do one thing. I want you to come up with one item with each key command in your step grid over the course of the next 15 minutes. Okay? Is that clear, or do we need to?
Yeah, let me offer something.
Go ahead.
So, forget what he just said. Just work on the step grid. Walk yourself through the save, trash, edit, paste. When that's done, we'll speak to you again about the one thing.
Okay.
This is whacked in the notes I gave you all. I didn't set you up for the win. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. So is that the slide you want?
That's the one.
Okay.
I want you to do that on page 18. Wrong page number?
No, it's correct.
Okay. So how long do they get for this, Kirk?
Until they're done. 5 minutes?
5 minutes. Okay.
start here.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, actually, you can do this in pairs, just how it's written.
Okay.
So get in pairs, read your step grid, which is the trash
Right.
added pace, right? Then decide which of the actions
Okay.
will most meaningfully propel, emphasize the word
Okay.
propel. We're trying to get the idea of being flung into action
Mm-hmm.
missionally.
Okay. We need to get questions on page 19. Okay. Okay, so go to page 19 in your Activate book, please. And where it says the top, your one thing. And so I want you to work in pairs here. Page 19. Everybody find that? Page 19.
There's no such thing as
There is no such thing. What?
no, it's
Are you missing page 19, Dave?
it's there.
Okay. So what I want you to do is I want you to, in your pairs, with another partner here, I want you to identify the most significant item on your step grid that would activate your missional DNA. Identify the most significant thing that would activate your missional DNA. And what I want you to do is use the questions there on page 19 to coach one another for 10 minutes each.
No, 5 minutes each.
5 minutes each. For 5 minutes each, I want you to coach each other for 5 minutes each using these questions. Read the personal action impact statement and then your step grid to your partner. Then you look at them and see what is the most important thing, the one thing that's the best choice for your top priority right now to take action on. Clear? Clear as mud? Okay. Yep. So I'll let you know when 5 minutes is up, and so you can then switch people.
But this is all assuming we finish this step, right?
I'm sorry?
That's assuming we finish page 18, right? That's assuming we can't do this part.
Okay. If I get your attention, please. Everybody. This is very important. You'll find out very shortly, within a half hour, how important this is, okay? Okay, now I need you to switch, and with the other person, coach them through this to figure out the one thing, the priority of what you should think about doing, because you're going to be doing that. Okay? So the other person needs to figure out with his coach, his or her coach, the one thing. So you got about 5 minutes to do that, and then we'll call Kirk back in. Okay. We're getting ready to move to the action zone, so while we're waiting for Kirk to come up, why don't you go ahead and look at it and see, make sure if you have to do any final tweaks before you enter the action zone. Okay? See if there's anything else you need to think about changing or what you need to do to take action.
And those answers are going to reflect on page 19, correct?
19. Yes, the action. Your one thing.
Right, our one thing, so is our one thing going to be with the partners, and they're gonna put.
Nope, you've already discussed it with your partners. You've already coached one another with your partners.
End of the board?
You'll see.
Okay,
Trust the process.
Okay.
that's hard, and
Yes, it is. Okay, Kirk.
You're not ready to leap off the end of the board?
It's a leap, yeah, it's a leap.
It's time to leap, bro. You got one in mind, don't you?
Can I wear my floaties?
Okay, let's have your attention up front. We're almost there. We're almost there, Dave. We're almost there, buddy. Who's happy you came? Half the room. Okay, what's wrong with your table? What? Who's happy you came? Half. Yikes. Thank you for your honesty.
I think what Robin's saying, or listening to, is it's good that I came, but there's some hard stuff in here, so it doesn't always bring happiness if I
Oh, did I ask how happy are you that you came? Did I say who's happy that everybody did it? Oh, who's happy that you came? All right.
So that's why
Way to go, Linda. Way to go. Way to make it good. So,
if it was
you go. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that. So somebody read James 2:17.
In the same way, faith by itself, if it is not accompanied by action, is dead.
So look, we value the process of planning and discovery. We spent all of Awaken basically doing that, discovering and planning, right? You did your timeline process. You identified turning points. You did lessons and insights at the bottom in the blues, right? That was all about discovering things. Then we had you do some planning, your values, your biblical identity, your impact statement. But now it's time to move. The reason Chris brought us here, not to talk, but to move. We want to move into Rancho Mirage. We want to move you that way. Now, when we come back in the wintertime, we're going to lean in together to discover what God wants for Mission Hills. God has a missional plan for you personally and for Mission Hills. And Chris doesn't know it yet, but we don't care which one you do. Okay? As a result of this action zone we're about to enter, God may launch you into a personal mission with lost people that Chris wants you to stay with forever. Right? And some of you will, and that's fabulous. You are the Navy SEALs of the kingdom of God. But then there's the rest of us. And we're more timid, we're more this, we're more that, we're more easily distracted, whatever it is. But in the winter, when we come together and decide where Mission Hills is going to go, we're going to go adopt a senior center or adopt a nursing home. We're going to adopt a public school or the sheriff's department or city hall. And we're going to show up there every week and love and serve people so generously, repeatedly, personally, regularly, and unconditionally that they're compelled eventually to ask you why. And when they ask you why, you get to give an answer for the hope that lies within you. Comprende? Sound familiar? Sound like a biblical verse we memorized once upon a time? Yeah, it is. Always be prepared to give an answer for those who ask about the hope that lieth within you. Problem is, nobody ever asks you, do they? Rarely. You know why? Because this isn't happening. Saved person with Christ living in them. Lost person, hopeless and cynical, doing life together over and over and over again. Do this with me, just for grins. I'm going to do this a million times in the back half of the process. Christians with non-Christians doing enough life together, having enough exposure to one another that see you on good days and on your bad days. Not just your good days. You think if a lost person sees a Christian on a bad day, that's going to discourage them from following Christ. I say no. That's going to show them what it looks like to struggle and still follow Jesus. What do you think of that? Crazy, right? So, Hebrews 10:24. Says that. Somebody read it.
Think of ways to encourage one another to outbursts of love and good deeds.
Okay, so the Hebrew word for encourage is not encourage. It's not even close to encourage. It comes from the life of a shepherd who's working with sheep. And the verb translated here, encourage, is to provoke as with a sharp stick. Yes, bro, as with a sharp stick. A shepherd knows that. You work with livestock, you know that they have to be prodded from time to time. So what we talk about, hey, Brothers and sisters, encourage one another to love and good works. You now know that it means to poke as with a what? Sharp stick. Does it hurt to be poked with a sharp stick? Is it for your own good? Yes. So I want you to become Christians who poke one another as with a sharp stick. You see somebody starting to compromise, you see somebody get a wayward eye for somebody but their spouse, get your stick out. You with me? What am I doing right now? I am. I love it. I didn't used to hate it. I was so afraid of you not approving of me. Seriously, I was terrified of people not being pleased with me. Now I don't care. So I want you to grow in Christ. I want the kingdom to advance. I want to see Jesus renowned around here. How about that? It's a way bigger game. Want that. So I'm up for provoking you and myself, who I have to be the number one provocateur of my own life. You should get good at doing that for yourself. Whoever accomplished anything worthwhile without sacrifice? Nobody never. The action zone is not just about taking any step or simply looking busy. The action zone where we're headed, a 15-minute time where you're going to get on your tablet, on your phone, or borrow Tim's cool two-fisted phone. Look at that thing. Look at that. That's amazing. And you're going to do what? What's an example of something you could do in the action zone? Call your unchurched neighbor and make a date. Okay? You're actually going to call your neighbor. And if your neighbor doesn't answer, you're going to leave her a voice message. Aren't you? Because once you leave the voice message, you can't undo that. We're going to take bold, irreversible action here in a few minutes. I'm teeing you up for it. I got my sharp stick out. Can you tell? Can you feel it? What's another thing we could do in 15 minutes? You could do in 15 minutes. But you could leave a voice message on their answering machine. You can't undo that either. So you could reach out to someone in civic government and request what? That's genius. I like that. I never, yeah, you could do that. What's something else you could do in 15 minutes? You have a juvenile hall here in this town? Do you have a halfway house in this town? You have a drunk tank in this town? You have a place where people struggle where they go? Okay? If you want to help people struggling, what could you do in 15 minutes? Huh? Don't pray for them, call them. Oh, call them, pray. Okay, good. But don't pray and not call. We've been doing that for years. Right? I've been praying for my neighbor, Jaden. I pray for Jaden by name every morning for his salvation. And now he's dead. The ambulance, they took him. Because you know what I did? I prayed and I didn't call.
Well, let me just say, as a pastor, praying does bring action. Watch then what God's going to do once you pray, because that will activate something.
Great. So do this. Do this with me. We'll compromise. Pray while you're calling. Okay? Pray while you're moving. Pray while you're leaping. Okay? I got my sharp stick out. Making sense or not? Driving you nuts?
Yes.
Yes, good. Good, good, good. I'm getting the job done. Driving you into the arms of Jesus. So, what could you do in 15 minutes? Take a bold, irreversible leap to activate your personal impact statement. Well, One hypothetical example would be somebody who works with junior high students from the church's youth group decides that she's going to give that up and instead help kids in her daughter's AYSO soccer team. So what could she do in 15 minutes? She'd call the youth pastor and say, Pastor, I hate to disappoint you, but over the next 8 months or 6 months, I'm going to be transitioning out of youth ministry because I'm going to serve my daughter's soccer team. Then email the soccer coach. Hey, coach, I want to help kids that are struggling. Who on the team could I help, do you think? How can we do this? And then send a Facebook message to your daughter who's on the soccer team and ask her, who do you know who's struggling, sweetie? How can I help? That's what you can do in 15 minutes. Make sense? Let's say your one thing was that. Whatever that says. My neck won't turn that far. So in 15 minutes, you could email, assuming you had the email address of an unchurched neighbor, you could email a neighbor and invite them over for dinner next weekend, or phone them, or whatever. And then you could volunteer to help with the community garden, and you could do that in 15 minutes. See what I mean? So you're in action, you're in motion, you're not farting around. We don't have time for that, do we, Chris? Nope. So, on page 23, decide now what you're going to do in your action zone. Write it on page 23. So, what are you going to do? And don't do something lame. Okay? Our team came too far for you guys to do lame junk in the action zone.
Now, you did say that, kind of like when you did this, you tried this and it didn't work.
Yeah.
You went to the next.
Yeah.
Until you found that.
Right. You can't find that until you're in motion, though.
Right.
So I had to go. I had to leap.
So, it was like the one thing is not exactly big.
What are you thinking? I would say if it's lame or not.
Well, there's this lady who's been taking care of this gentleman.
Okay?
And she took care of his wife for years.
Yeah.
Well, the wife passed away, so now she's taking care of the gentleman.
Yeah.
Now she's in a position where she needs help too, but.
So do you want to help her?
Yes.
Do you know how to reach them? Good. So you could send an email or a text or whatever and say, hey, I want to come help. Let's get together and you can teach me how I can help. And if she turns you down or you try it and it doesn't work, it's terrible, then you can do something else. But at least you're in motion. You're off the end of the diving board today. Make sense? Anybody else need any clarification on what we're talking about? Nothing lame like I'm going to ask Annie if we can have company over. No. Invite the company over and then struggle to explain it to your wife.
Maybe not.
Linda. Yeah, Annie's not here. Well, invite them out then.
On page 23, it says my one thing, but there's two numbers.
Yes. The two things are two things you could do in the 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Those are your leaps. The 1 and 2 are for what you're going to do in the action zone, your leaps. Right, Linda?
Well, it says 2 one things and 2 action zone leads.
Well, that's whacked. Walls, I can't believe you messed up the workbook like that.
We're just filling in the blanks.
He had nothing. Thank you, Linda. Thank God. Well, that assumes that the person who wrote the workbook, who you're talking to, knew what he was doing at the time. Yeah, you could repeat yourself for emphasis. Yeah, Paul did that a lot. Start now what? In the action zone? No, I haven't declared the beginning of the action zone yet. But I'm glad that you're eager. Who'd like more time? Anybody need more time to plan what you're going to do? All right, Father, bless us with a boldness that comes from you, from heaven, and give us favor as we make these leaps right now. In Jesus' name, amen. The action zone has begun. In 15 minutes, we'll start talking about what you did. So now it's not the time to be talking to each other. Now it's the time to be on your phone. Get working. Get moving. Anywhere in the building. Do not wimp. Do not gesture. Yeah, right now. No, you're gonna call him and ask him to meet with you for coffee tomorrow at 3 or something. But I like your attitude. I love the posture. You'll get there before the night's done, before
Oh,
the,
we're not doing that yet?
you done your leap?
I'm sorry?
Have you done your leap?
Um,
You taking your leap? You're supposed to be doing it right
I
now.
voted.
Well, now do it.
Well, I thought we were gonna do it.
No. You gotta pick up your phone and call somebody.
Okay.
Sign up.
That's what the end of the board was for.
You're ahead of yourself, but that's good. No, now's the time to take action.
Okay.
Everybody should be taking action. That's you off the end. got 5 minutes left. You're supposed to be taking action right now,
Send a text.
doing your leaps. Trusting God and leaping.
Oh, to church next week? Oh, you know what? I texted my grandchildren. Yeah, because I'm gonna be up there next weekend. Yeah. Yeah. They haven't had a church in a year. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take them to the one I used to go to when I lived there. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. And my friend, it's a men's one. He said it's a men's study, so I can't take my grandchildren to that. Well, I don't want to leave them alone, so I was like, okay. Yes, yes. It's similar. One of my best friends goes there. Yes, yes. I know at least one person, yes. And he knows a lot because he's been going there for years. I know. I might recognize him. What do you think? Well, I moved away from there 21 years ago. So, that's a long time. Hopefully they'll recognize me. Unfortunately, they did. I sent 2 text messages. I know they're all working on it. I'm visiting my grandchildren next week. This is the first thing I'm doing when I retire. I'm driving to Albuquerque to see my grandchildren and my 2 sons, and I invited them to church.
There you go. Yep, there we go.
They haven't been to church in years.
Years. Okay, fantastic. Thank you for doing that. 1 minute, one more minute, then we're going to debrief.
I'll go tell anybody in the lobby. People are there? Well, then I will tell them in the lobby.
let's debrief. What did you do? What happened? Yes, please.
So as I said, I wanted to kind of reach the high school football program,
Yeah,
especially at my old school, which I was a part of. And
yeah.
so I texted my high school football coach
There you go.
if we can do a designated meetup time about where I am in my life and where I would like to go from there, which could possibly affect the team.
His players.
Yes.
Yes. Nice.
Thanks.
Let's hear it. Someone else. What'd you do? Yes, I'm looking at you. Doesn't matter. I can see you.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, I met a lady. She just moved out to the desert because of fires and the Palisades, and she was telling me how lonely she was. So I took down her number, and during the conversation, she mentioned she was an atheist.
Yep.
So I called her, and I left her a message, told her that I'm really excited to see her again. So hopefully we can get together for coffee or for dinner.
Way to go. You can't undo that invitation. There you go.
Called up a buddy of mine from my other jobs at a brewery, and I called a friend of mine that I work with. He's a giant Raiders fan. He's got a lot of Raiders hat, and the other day, if I wear this to work, will you go to church with me? So I actually need to go right now. So I'm not gonna post it. I'm like, brother, I'll wear it every day. That's what he was saying. But I got the Raiders hat on. But yeah, and then I said, you know, let's get together outside of work too. Like, let's go get coffee or come over to our house. So the Tarpon boys and the football around. Like, just
Nice.
investing in that relationship.
Nice. There you go. I'm loving it. Chris, this is good, bro. This is good.
I'm excited. I had a conversation over at Chick-fil-A. I'm going to start a leadership lab for the young leaders at Chick-fil-A with the owner, and we're going to bring in young leaders. What they don't know is it's all based off of the gospel, off of Jesus' model. So,
Nice. Well done. Way to go. 3 more. Yes.
I wanted to target kids. So
Genesis. Yes.
I actually, I'm reaching out to David that works at Chick-fil-A, and I wanted to see, because they have Thursday night activities, and I wanted to see if I can help out Thursday night with the kids.
There you go. Nice. Thank you. So, Bernard, can I tell you a quick story? So he says to me, should I leave now? I go, what are you talking about? Because I want to go talk to this, right? You want to go talk to this guy. So we're doing this thing, right? And a lady gets up. I say, action zone starts now. Go. She gets out of her chair. She goes out the door, gets in her car, drives to her neighbor because she didn't know her phone number, meets with the neighbor, invites her, and then she drives back to tell us about it. So I probably should have said yes. All right, so who's next? 2 more. What'd you do in your 15 minutes?
Oh, I got a coffee thing going on tomorrow, Monday.
You set up coffee
Yeah.
with a guy,
Monday evening with the lady.
with a lady. Okay. Double.
Well, you can come as a
+1. There you go. Nice. So you've made an appointment to meet with somebody who's not a Christian. Well done.
No, she's a Christian.
Well, that doesn't count.
It does. She just started. She just got out here, so I got.
Okay, fine. Okay,
That's
fine.
bringing somebody else in. So that's another sheep who's pulling in over here.
There you go.
Use another sheep.
Feels a bit like a bunt. Linda, save the room.
Yeah. A colleague of mine that I work with is not a Christian, also started a new business, is overwhelmed, her marriage is struggling, has no time to me. And I said, what is your son playing baseball next so we can sit together and watch it?
She's going to be there for that. Nice. Brilliant. Way to problem solve. All right, now, what I want you to do now is decide what additional steps can you take over the next month. What else can you do? Some of it you know, and some of it you don't know. Chris, there's several things you can do with reference to Chick-fil-A and the leadership thing, right? There's several things you can do, like go on a Thursday night, try it out, see if they like you, if you like them. So I want you to write out those next steps. I think on page 20, 40 to 24, yeah. Determine your 30-day next steps. Write them down on page 24, yeah? Yep, right there. I could have walked you through a bunch of examples, but you're way too bright. I don't need to take the time. So decide now, what are 2 or 3 things you're going to do in addition over the next month? Write them out. Don't be lame. Who needs more time?
So does this need to be, have to do with that particular individual that was the
No, no. Additional things you're going to do to mobilize your missional life. Okay? Here's what I want you to do now. I want you to get in pairs. Do not pair with your spouse. Do not pair with what's the term we always use? Yeah, colluder. That's so. Co-conspirator. That's it. Do not pair up with a conspirator who's going to let you get away with playing small. So pair up with somebody who's got a sharp stick. Okay? Share what you plan to do over the next 30 days. Now listen to me, it's very important. Get in your calendar and calendar a time that you're going to connect with them, either in person or over the phone. And you're going to check with each other. Hey, how did it go over the 30 days? When we were sitting there at church, you said you were going to do X, Y, and Z. How did it go? Okay, and you're going to have your sticks all sharpened. Because we're going to be encouragers. So get a partner right now. Don't wimp out on this. Get a partner. Share your plan for the next 30 days. That'll take you about a minute. Exchange contact information if you don't have it already. And then calendar a time, put it on your calendar, what you're going to do, or when you're going to meet up. Okay, who needs more time? Yeah, there is.
Everybody's excited.
Thank you, buddy.
They're all like the light bulb has gone on.
Just like you prayed for.
All right, who needs more time to schedule your 30-day check-in, your support call? If you don't, I want to walk you through the next step. The next step is our final step, other than me telling you junk you got to do over the next month. So let's not go there yet. So the final step is this. As you are in the process of leaping and leaping and leaping into the life of a missionary here in Rancho Mirage, what is your prayer? What do you need from God? You will notice on the floor near your table an orange diving board. Everybody see your orange diving board? Okay, now listen up. That back table, there's your diving board. Okay? This front table, here's your diving board. That middle table, where's your diving board? And then these two tables are going to combine over here with that diving board. What you're going to do is you're going to walk out on the diving board one at a time. You're surrounded by your table mates. You're going to tell them what I need from God is, and then they're going to lay their hands on you and bless you with that. Okay? And when they're done praying, your amen is going to be your leap off the end of the board. Got it? And we're going to do this again in November with everybody in the church. So get on up here and get after it. What do you need from God? Bless them with the very thing they need from God. Jump off the end fast. 30 seconds. All right, congratulate one another. You have completed Awaken and Activate. Here's the full quote. It's not, for some reason, it's not complete in your workbook. I don't understand that. At least in the Awaken workbook, it's not the same. I don't know, it was on 41 of the last one, but somebody with a big voice want to read this to us? Somebody with a non-sheepish voice? So it's not Bible, but I think it's pretty close to true. And I just want to welcome you into the life of leaping for God. Okay?
Amen.
Awesome. So the question is, what do we need to do between now and October when we're together for Awaken? And mostly what I need you to do is enroll people. Encourage your friends and sisters and brothers from Mission Hills to clear that weekend and come be with us. How confident are you that it will be a good thing for people to come and be a part of it? 5 of you, 7 of you, 8, okay, good. So if you agree that it's going to be good, then what I want to ask you to do is to volunteer, talk to Rich, and offer to speak and give your a 1-minute testimony, Chris, at each Sunday service between now and the time the missional pathway is done, which is like April or something, March, whatever, a long time. We want to have somebody give a testimony for 1 minute each Sunday service. Okay, like a minute per mission. Why you think people should clear their calendar and devote a Friday night and a Saturday to be with us in October. If you cannot speak honestly, fairly, and enthusiastically, don't volunteer. Because I don't want you to get there and go, well, it was kind of okay, but it was sort of a waste of time, and I don't know. If you got nothing better to do, maybe you could squeeze it in, but no, we don't want that. How, Rich? We do not want that. No. But if you...
Genesis smile.
Yes, Genesis. In fact, maybe you should be the first one, Jen. What do you think? I did it again. We're going to be friends for a long time. Since they're calling me Kerr. So, so I need you to volunteer, work with Rich, and beginning tomorrow. So who's willing to go tomorrow? Can't be Chris. Can't be anybody on staff. Can't be Linda. You have guilt by association. Right? Everybody expects Chris to be enthusiastic. Right? He's paid to be enthusiastic. He's paid to be about this stuff. It's all y'all who are enthusiastic because you are, not because you have to be. So who would be willing to share for a minute at tomorrow's services? You've been designated. Well, that was easy. Okay, cool. There we go. So, Rich, you got your first participant. Willing volunteer. Okay, so that's it. Enroll people like crazy. Like your life and their life and the life of a bunch of lost people depends on it. For October and November, right? And then when it's your turn, just share as authentically as you can why you think it's worth a person giving up a weekend to be awakened to their missional calling. Okay? Great. Who's not paid to be religious will close us in prayer, please. Okay, the paid guy. As many as we can. Yep. Once we get through Awaken, we can have people from that are with us in Awaken can share those things. come I knew that.
Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this special time of fellowship to spread our wings a little bit, to step out of our comfort zone, to tackle something that is, like Pastor Chris says, a bit scary. And yet we know that you will equip us. If we ask for help, you'll provide it from each other, from outside resources, from the team, and just from our sweet friends here
This is still on.